because you go to the gym and it'd be like the worst Poison song playing, no disrespect to Poison, or something. Like, God, I can't get into this. I'm trying to get here, man. This is fucking bullshit music. Like, someone's in charge of the station that they pick on the radio, just to be able to carry it. But that moment of hearing that music, I was like, this is celebrating crime and murder. Like, this is nuts. And murdering prostitutes, and like, this is crazy that this is like a major record label put this out. I was only 21, and I was just sitting there going, I can't even believe this is real. And I got really into it. Like, I got really into Ice Cube, really into Ice-T. I listened to that when I was delivering newspapers. It was like, gangster rap was like a completely different thing. So then cut to when people start digging into it, like intelligence agencies there's a weird book on intelligence agencies and their role in rock and roll music in the 1960s. The movie about Laurel Canyon, what is it, Strange Things? It's very interesting. I don't know if I buy it. Eddie Bravo's all in on it. I don't know if I buy it, but there's a lot of like weird connections to the intelligence community in music, particularly hip hop and particularly gangster rap. And if you want to get really dark, you would say, if you want to fill your private prisons up, what better way than have very popular music encouraging encouraging crime, encouraging outright celebrating crime and violence. That way you fill your prisons up, and you also keep people scared, so you can give them more laws and more rules and crack them and make them easier to placate, easier to get them to fall in line and do what you need them to do.
Yeah, and support massive police buildups and massive, like militarization of the police and all that stuff. And I don't know, I've heard a little bit about that. I really don't know. I know Ice Cube has talked about it before, like talked about how like there's undeniably this influence. There are things about it that seem crazy, but I do know that, and I don't even think this is a controversial thing to say. I think this is just like fact at this point, that it was the Reagan administration who did traffic in cocaine while they were ramping up war on drugs. So like they're bringing in their effort to help Contras or whatever, their guys are drug dealers, so we move the money shipments to them, and then they're creating the conditions for the good. And then they catch one guy with a few rocks on him, and they're throwing him in jail for decades. It's like just that alone, just that one, you almost, if you're like in a sane world, you'd go like, oh, so the people had a revolution and overthrew New, and you're like, just say no, they lionized that. But still, for decades afterwards, the Republicans at the RNC bring up Reagan, and they go, Ronald Reagan. Like, the fact that isn't enough to go, oh, this guy should be remembered like as a monster.
Do you think they tell Reagan that they're selling crack in the hood? I don't think they do. I do not think the intelligence agencies let that information that far up the chain to a guy who's only in there for 4 years before he's getting reelected. Fair enough, not a chance.
But George H.W. Bush definitely did. But
I do not think in cases like that you have access. I think if they're doing doing something like selling crack, to be a good American, and we're going to get back to basics and hard work and trickle down economics. And you're telling me you're selling crack? Hey, fuck you, you're going to jail. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, because he can't. That's how Nixon got. So Nixon didn't organize Watergate. He tried to cover it up. Yep. That's how he got caught. They would do the same thing with Reagan. Yeah, well, it's become clean about the crack stuff. Well, right. Well, they present them as a fait accompli, and then be like, so what do you want to do now? Which is what really by the government. Yeah. It's really crazy. His intelligence agency set up Watergate. There was an intelligence agent before he was ever a reporter. That was Carlson told me that if you have, oh my fucking mind. It's like, what rookie reporter for their first gig, their free, gets, you're going to take down the most popular president. That's won by the biggest march in 49 states. Yeah, he's the dominant real. The American people had something. They supported this guy, and then Bob Woodward, some 20-something-year-old reporter, he gets the biggest story. Yes, I hope you wrote. What was it called? Well, he's written a lot. That's the one about pollution. What was it called? It was about okay, it was just about pollution being fucking crazy drug addict. He goes, that's not my friend. He goes, that's not how he was. He was like, that was kind of an act. He was a little bit of a lightweight. Like, if he had like 2-3 drinks, he was drunk. Like, he goes, I think he did that speedball. I think that's the first time he ever did drugs. It wasn't this guy. It was all fiction. So he read the first 5 pages and says, oh my God, they framed Nixon. Isn't that crazy? I know. It's like, guy wrote about my friend in such a distorted, untruthful way. Now I have to think about what he discovered. Yeah, now I know what kind of person this is. Yeah, my good mentioned quite a bit, but Scott Horton, who is I think the best force of America, and he wrote the best book on the terror wars called Enough Already, and the best book on the war in Ukraine called Provoked. But so while Bob Woodward's latest book came out, and he told me about this, but so he just happened to be writing his book on Ukraine when he saw this new Bob Woodward book came out, and they had a quote, and I believe it was a Sergei Lavrov quote, who was like, Putin's, right hand man. And Scott said he's reading it, and he goes, this quote's all wrong. The actual quote, he was just researching this for his book, means the exact opposite of what he's claiming it means here. Like, see how he looked at this part? He wasn't referring to this, he was referring to that. And then I remember he just told me, he goes like, so for the record, like, you can just never trust anything Bob Woodward says, because he'll take this quote and just get it, mangle it to the point where he's presenting it as if it means 180 degrees opposite of what the quote actually meant. And so, yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. And then that guy is like the historian of record. Would you ever imagine that? All the years when I was growing up, that guy was like a hero. He was like a journalistic hero. Well, and he's how we know. At the moment, Dick Cheney turned to George W. Bush and said, Mr. President, I think we need... God. Like, what they need a movie about him. All this bad. Who plays Bob Woodward? What movie star plays Bob Woodward? Which one of them? Was it Robert Redford or was it the other guy? Who else was in that movie with him? Dustin, that's right, Robert Redford. Yeah, so imagine you're Bob Woodward, you bullshit everybody, and you get to watch Robert Redford, most handsome man alive, like, but also just think about how much they could get. I remember hearing, like, my history teacher talking to another teacher, and this was when Bill Clinton was getting in trouble for Monica Lewinsky. I was like in middle school or whatever, and I remember hearing them talk, and one of them says to the other, he goes, so what do you think about the impeachment or something? And I remember my history teacher, I thought was a pretty smart guy, and he goes,
now, they're treating him like he's Nixon, but he's not Nixon. And essentially what that meant, like what he was saying was like, well, Nixon is the most corrupt president who ever lived. Bill Clinton just got caught cheating on his wife. Like, that's not as big a deal as being the most corrupt. But they just made that like the thing that everybody knows. Like, well, we did have this one corrupt president, but the system works. That's the lesson. The system works, and it got him out of there before the internet works.
I think it's like very hard to make that same system work the same way.
No, I completely agree. I mean to say that the narrative that every accepted was like the answer is much more like the intel took over the United States of America in a hostile coup against John F. Kennedy, and then Nixon comes in like a few years later and is like essentially taken over as well. But they get the American people to believe that like what that was a corrupt president being ousted.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. There is such a thing as having too many options to choose from, like when you're scrolling on the TV trying to find something to watch, or have you been to one of those ice cream shops where they have hundreds of different topics to choose from? It's overwhelming. Use ZipRecruiter instead. Database can help you find and connect with the best people today. You can unlock their contact info who post on ZipRecruiter, get a quality candidate within the first day. /Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Well, it's also easy to frame Nixon that way because you just you're never like following JFK, who got shot in the fucking greatest president of all time, this good-looking guy who was gonna really change things. Didn't believe in things. He wanted to put us on the moon. He got shot, man. Now he's ugly fuck.
Well, there was LBJ who was way there at least, but yes, I think also in hindsight he just is that good looking area,
Which is unfortunately when you have do have ubiquitous crime, you do need fucking laws, and you need rule of law, and sometimes those people come off very harsh and very unloving, and it's total opposite. Like the reason why people voted for Jimmy Carter, I think, because Jimmy Carter represented a weak, good guy. Right. Like, look out, that presidency was a disaster. They were all working against him for sure. On top of that, it's like hard. You gotta be a bit of a hard ass if you want to run the world. But the way Nixon did it, we're still suffering through that today. That motherfucker, he's partially responsible for that sweeping schedule one act of 1970. When they did that and they made legal every things that are 100% like marijuana, all that fucked up society, they did it specifically to target the anti-war movement and to target the best. Oh no, what they did was fucking horrible.
That Nixon had a lot of policy years, and I would completely agree with you. I've been watching the war on drugs, one of the United States of America. And remember, where so many of the problems we face now is because of that. And people could say, like, I've heard Pat Buchanan defend before. Pat Buchanan was in the Nixon administration. He was a speechwriter. And he was like, well, look, what were we going to do at that point? And so he was basically saying, because what happened was essentially, so you had like the agreement, which started after War II, or actually, I'm sorry, it started at the very end of World War II, in 1944, when they had the Bretton Woods Agreement, where all of Europe is destroyed, and a lot of Asia is destroyed, and not yet, I guess it's 44, but it was getting there. And America had, at least on the homeland, hadn't really been touched. And we had, like, a wild amount of the world's gold. And so the deal was essentially that, like, we will peg the dollar to gold at $35 an ounce. Everyone else can peg their currency to the dollar, and then the dollars are you can get an ounce for $35. And so that, was what stood for 1973 or 1971 when you took the gold standard. And so essentially what happened was through the six started cheating, and it became very obvious to the world that we were like, 1960s, you're like, you have money. So we created Medicare and Medicaid, and we went to the moon, and we were fighting the war in Vietnam. And we're just printing money for all of this, which is, what we still do this day. But so essentially, the Europeans started looking at us, and they were like, I don't know. We got all these dollars. We'll take gold. We get an ounce for every $35 that we have, and we have quite a lot. And that's when Nixon went, no. He just basically defaulted in front of the entire world, and he said he's temporarily suspending the convertibility of dollars into gold. And they framed it as like, the French are attacking the stability of the dollar. Really, all they were doing was calling us on our agreement. We owed it to them. What so much gold, bro? So Pat Buchanan says, defending his boy, Richard Nixon, he goes, well, what are we going to do at that point? Let him clean us out of all of our gold and just not be the dominant power? But I think the retort is, yeah, like, it's what you should have done, because the decision to go off of the gold standard essentially just said, well, now there's no. This is why Ron Paul, happy birthday, just turned 90. I was just at his birthday party a few weeks ago, and he was partying with Ron Paul. That dude throws it down. No, I'm just kidding. It was very nice though to see. Tulsi Gabbard was there. It was cool. But so essentially, right, that was the last restraint on government, is that at least even then, even under Bretton Woods when we're cheating, at least there's some feeling of like, well, cheat too bad, because they could maybe try to, counter the rate. Exactly. But after that, it was off to the races. And this is why Ron Paul ran. What has really destroyed everything is that there's just no. And the reason why I'm so angry about all these wars too, because it's all related. The federal income tax was passed also by Woodrow Wilson. 3 years later, it's World War I. You know, American entry into World War I, and they didn't tax the American people for that. Because they know to come up with $10 trillion because we want to go fight range wars all over the Middle East. The American people would have been like, we're not doing that. But they didn't do that. They even cut some rates during those years, top rates. And then they borrowed the rest, and they still couldn't borrow enough, so they just print the money. And then essentially what happens is that the price of everything just goes up and up and up. And you just put more money into the system, and then people start looking around and going like, geez, why is the price of housing and healthcare and energy and childcare totally unaffordable? And the answer is, and nobody thinks about it like that. What's going on? They can't. So young people who are coming out of college now, they're like, I'm 150 grand in debt. I have a gender studies major degree or whatever, maybe something better than that, but they got an English degree or something, and they're working at DoorDash, and the average house is $1 grand, and they're like possibly going to do. It's like the reason why these kids are all demanding socialism, at least on the left, is because like what else? But the reason why that is the case is because your government decided to spend trillions of dollars on, in some cases, then rebuilding them to blow them up again. And this is the actual cost of the thing. And I feel like all libertarians, the Austrian economics guys, almost makes this connection. It's like this is the deal. You can't be a world empire without having a central bank that can print. Resources are finite and you run out of them. And so you can't do that without having this monetary system. But the cost of this monetary system is that prices always go up and up and up and up. And that rigs the entire economy against the working class and the middle class in favor of the rich. It's just the way it is. When the value of assets is going up and up and up and up, that's great if you own stuff. That's great if you own stuff and you're selling it. If you got $1 billion in the bank and this person, it just destroys. And everybody who's working class knows that's just from living through the last one. But your grocery prices go up 30%. That's people have this idea that there's like economic issues over here, and then there's like social issues over here, policy over here. It's all thing. The prices of groceries go up by 30%. Families get destroyed. Kids grow up without fathers. It's the cost of this shit. And that's what we're living through now. And we'll continue to live through as long as we have a government that spends way beyond our means. Like Dr. Ron Paul used to say, you spend beyond your means, you're destined to live beneath your means.
Then we have government built around doing the exact same stuff. Right? If you think about the amount of money, just think about the amount of money, whether you agree with USAID or not, the amount of money that was being pumped through that system, like to all sorts of weird places, right? There's when the Department of Energy gave out $93 billion in loans in the months between Biden losing, or Kamala losing rather, and Trump taking office. Like, where's that? There's so many of these instances of insane amounts of money just being allocated. We're only $39 trillion in debt. It's like, it's so unmanageable, and yet it just keeps marching on. And people are upset. If you try to pull it back into organizations, we'll hear about it. People are going to die about this and that. Fucking sure. Giant money sucking scam that's been going on that does some good.
Yeah, well, that's most of it, right? Yeah, well, like, number one, yeah, if you go, hey, I think, which, by the way, no one in Congress, I mean, short of, like, Thomas Massey, maybe Rand Paul, but, like, so radical. But if I were to throw out the radical idea that we should go back to pre-pandemic level spending, go all the way back to the crazy era if we do that. And even when they're making a ridiculous, claims that people are going to die if you cut government spending, which is all totally absurd. But then they never seem to go like, well, how many people are going to die if I keep letting DC have all these war-making powers? How many people are going to die if the president is able to fund a proxy war whenever he wants to? I mean, look at this shit, dude. I took so much, whatever. But I took a lot of heat for the stuff I said on the show here a few years ago about the war in Ukraine. Look at it now, dude. And I don't think they're about to end the thing. I think we can talk about, but I think they're putting poison pills in these negotiations already. That's what it looks like to me. But literally, the deal that I was talking about, whatever it was 3 years ago, when I was saying on the show that they had a deal worked out, a peace deal worked out in the first few months of the war in 22, and Boris Johnson went and killed the peace deal on behalf of the West to make sure this war kept going. But that was in pencil, not pen. That vision of the annexation of Crimea. It was at the time. It wasn't annexation of the Donbass region. It was like independence for the Donbass region, and then the agreement that the rest of Ukraine would not join NATO. That was the deal that they had worked out. And look at where we are now. Now, the deal that they're even talking about, even as Donald Trump goes, there's going to be some land swaps and all this. Okay, well, what's he talking about? The deal right now that is the best case scenario that we're hoping we could get is that Vladimir Putin obviously keeps Crimea, keeps the entire Donbass region, gets a corridor from the south into Crimea, and the rest of you. Just to get back, not as good a deal as they had in 22, which they don't say, but it was a Gallup, I believe. They said they had there was on land swap, let's settle it however we got. I remember for the first 2 years of the thing, always be the Ukrainian people want to fight, and who are you, Dave, to tell them that they don't have a right to defend themselves? And then I would respond by saying, yes, it's true the Ukrainian people want to fight, but might that have something to do with the blank check that they've received from the world and the backup of the entire world? It's a different proposition to go do you want to fight if John Jones is at your back and goes, I got your back, dude, let's go fuck these guys up. You're like, hell yeah, I want to fight. And then Jones leaves, I might be like, let's talk about it. The Ukrainian people don't want to fight. And by the way, I have my own libertarian views on things. And I'm like, if your people want to fight, we're one conscripted army then. If they want to fight so bad, why you gotta put a gun to their head and force you could just make it a voluntary force and then we'll find out real quick who wants to fight. But the point is now that even the Ukrainians don't want to fight. No justification. Phase B, which is essentially cheating, but putting all types of poison pills in the deal so that the other take it. This is what they did with Iran too. This is why we got into that 12-day war, as they're calling it now. We put things into the I was just reading the other day. It was an report that Zelensky and the Europeans are peace, R5 security guaranteed. So in other words, the rest of Ukraine's in NATO, which is the thing that caused whole conflict to begin with. So and that's what that means. Article 5 is an article in NATO NATO agreement that says that it says that if one of the countries is attacked, all the countries have to join together to help. It doesn't exactly say you got to go to war over it, but it's like you have to help in the Afghanistan. But if you think about it, right, it's designed to incentivize Putin to keep the war going. Because they're telling Vladimir Putin, let's just say, which it's not exactly clear that he would even take the deal that I just laid out before, but I know it's been reported that it was being signaled that he might be open to that deal. I get the Donbass deal, the Donbass region is done Luhansk, and in Luhansk, I think the Russians control 75%. They got all of Donbass and they got most of Luhansk, but there's still Ukrainians controlling part of it, part of these territories in the south. So that's what Trump means when he says the land swaps, meaning essentially you get this region, give me that, and I'll give you. The land swaps are Putin taking what he wants and leaving you the rest. But if you're going to have this entire war over Ukrainian entry into NATO being this red line, basically in the middle of tell him, hey, whatever territory you take here will be a part of NATO. Well, what does that incentivize him to do? Take more of it then. Why would you stop and give the rest of it up? And it does seem to me like that is clearly, at least from the Europeans, that is clearly the motivation of all of this, is to present something. They do have their chess war moves, and so you present something that you know the other side can't agree to, and then when they don't agree to it, you go, look, we tried to negotiate, and he just wouldn't take us up on this. So what can you do? Is it people inside that's bad?
Obviously Putin's the bad guy, right? But there's so many factors that are going on. And then there's also the long history of corruption that they were making with the Biden family, the control, all the different natural gas, it's an incredible supplies of rare earth minerals. It's like valuable territory. There's this incentive to create. They were gonna try to. Part of the plan was like get off of Russian power and make Ukrainian power like central, and then whatever they were making over there, the amount of power, I forget what the number was. They said, but it's like trillions of dollars in natural gas, minerals, all these different things. We're supposed to pretend that that's not also part of the motivation. Like, didn't even Trump say something about a deal that they were doing with Ukraine that involved?
Yeah, he got sucked into this talk about the rare earth mineral stuff, and it's Donald Trump. It's like his there's a lot of great things about deals. Yeah, there's a lot of great things about coming from a business background, but then there's like the weakness of it is that he's always attracted by hey, Gaza could be Trump property. And you can just see him come alive. Yeah, it's always this stuff, but then the problem is that look, I've been very harsh on Donald Trump over the last few months, but I think he deserves it. I think this administration, especially given the opportunity that they had. I heard him the other day. He called into a Fox News show, and he was telling the story of the war in Ukraine, and it's like it just seems like he's telling it seems like you learned this on a TV show. Can we get some books in your diet? You know what I mean? It's like we really need someone here who's read a book about this, because he kind of had an idea of what he was talking about, but then he got it completely wrong. So he's trying to tell the story, and he's talking about the corruption of the Bidens in Ukraine. You're like, okay. Yes, that like so excited for a minute. Because it does go back to 2014. Thank you, Donald Trump. And Obama let him have it. He just let him play intelligence and said, there, exactly what we're doing here. Russia, as Gideon Rose, the editor of Foreign Affairs magazine, said, Russia, we are stealing Robin away from Batman. The former Ukrainian prime ministers started floating out that we should tear up. Always had it. This was their agreement. They had like a thing. After the West backed to come overthrew the government and put in a pro-Western government, they started talking big like, maybe we'll tear up that lease. And so Vladimir Putin went, no, I'll just take it. And that was like, so anyway, so he goes back to that, doesn't go back a few months earlier, and then misses the entire point. That no, so because like the point is that it's not just like me being like, oh, I wish Donald Trump was into the same folks. The point is that when you don't get that piece of the chapter, then these essentially what the way he was trying to sell it to Zelensky was like, look, dude, this rare earth minerals deal with a kind of like a security guarantee. Is there a guarantee? But if we're in business with you, and then hook up our business, hey, he's picking a fight with us. Point is that that's exactly what caused this whole thing. Vladimir Putin and the entire Russian elite hear about this, that they go, look, we can tolerate a neutral to Ukraine. Ukraine is neutral, and then there's Russia. We cannot tolerate Ukraine being we try to let him be neutral. Neutral seems like it's never good enough, and that never actually worked. Saying neutral's not good enough, they're going to be part of the West, and we'll take them as part of Russia instead. Now, he also believes, as he says all the time, un-American, but he also believes that, like, they're not really a real country, and they're kind of historically ours anyway. And, you know, he's got his own views on that, but that's not what the war was about. And everybody, you know, and when I was here, which I was very excited to do, because I'm, you know, a weird romantic and you know, a dash of autism or something like that. But I was really excited because me and Douglas Murray are going to debate this issue. And I remember when he first goes, the war, and number one, the head of the CIA, you know, during all the years of Joe Biden, when he was the ambassador to Russia, he wrote the Yinziak memo. He literally said that this was all what it was all about, and that Russia didn't want to do this. But they would if we kept pushing Ukrainian entry into NATO, and we did keep setting a draft treaty. All you have to do is put in writing that you will never bring Ukraine into NATO, and I won't invade. And then you grab that we said no, and then he invaded. So I said this to Douglas Murray, and I was kind of curious. Like, I was like, what's his response to this going to be? Like, what is he going to say back to me? Maybe he's got something I've never heard. I have to be like, oh, I got to consider that. CIA, I see. You know, that's your pivot is to I'm a hypocrite, which isn't even hypocrisy. Yes, I think the CIA should be abolished. I also think it's relevant when the head of the CIA admits what the war was all about. I don't see that. I think the CIA totally should be abolished. I think we should kind of pay attention to what the fuck is going on in the world. You know, a real life perspective, not a utopia, but a real life perspective. There's terrorist groups all over the world plotting shit. Probably a good idea. Yeah. So what the CIA was originally like conceived of, like essentially being a newspaper for the president, like being like, hey, we get all the real intelligence and we give it to you here. Yeah. Yes, I 100% there's room for intelligence gathering. But when the CIA became wars and overthrows democratically elected governments all around the world, occasionally sells coke. And maybe like on like a Tuesday, like a 3-day weekend, and then on Tuesday, maybe he's move some crack into Los Angeles. You know, that, I mean, just should, I mean, it's a disgrace to a professed freedom, which we've also played on the show before. But when Chuck Schumer was on with Rachel Maddow, most amazing moments in the history of like corporate media. Because what's amazing about it, if you watch like the full, it's like breaks from script, and she preemptively apologizes to him. She goes, "Hey, I'm sorry to just throw this on you right now. This is it's January. It's either December 16th or January 17th. So Donald Trump has beat Hillary Clinton, but he's not president yet. He's president-elect." And so she goes, "I'm sorry to throw you off, put you on the spot, but Donald Trump just tweeted this." So she's reading a tweet that he just tweeted live on air to the Senate Majority Leader, or Minority Leader at the time. So she reads up the tweet that's him, trashing the CIA or something like that. And then Chuck Schumer just gives like his organic response. There was no script prepared for this. She wasn't planned on being asked this question. She just goes, "Look, here's Donald Trump talking about the CIA." And Chuck Schumer goes, he goes, "I mean, Donald Trump, you want to go with the intelligence agencies?" And his exact phrase was, "They have 7 ways till Sunday to get back at you." Yeah. So good. So, by the way, Rachel Maddow in this moment does not say, "Pause the tape. The Democrat in the Senate just admitted we don't live in a democracy. Just admitted that this whole thing is an illusion. The President of the United States is not the President of the United States. All our talk about democracy being on the democracy has been gone for a long time if it ever existed. You just straight up said that the duly elected Commander-in-Chief and Chief Executive of the United States of America ain't really the one who's in charge, because you better not insult the CIA, who worked for you ostensibly, or supposedly, I should say. And so like that's what they'll get you, or they'll get you, or they'll ruin you." And by the way, they did. I'm kind of past the point of it's hard to take. It's hard to take a lot of things about Donald Trump seriously to me at this point. I was thinking about this the other day, because he was talking about in this thing. He said at one point, so that's kind of a silly present that that's why this happened. But then I'm sitting there as I listen to that, and I go, "Yeah, but you told me that they cheated. But you didn't really. You're making a similar claim here. They overthrew democracy. They installed Joe Biden at a war where hundreds of thousands, maybe well over 1 million people died because they cheated. I'm going to need to know nations. I'm going to need to know when we're going to see our walks. Like, you're the president now. But I don't think they have any evidence. Yeah, no, that's right. I completely agree. I think there's speculation and there's a lot of consideration of mail-in ballots. There's a lot of shenanigans. There's a good record of shenanigans and melody of any kind of electronics can be had. No, I agree with all that. No, I remember it was one of the most interesting parts of your podcast. It's like, yeah, so it was like, you really didn't have anything.
the election where I could just rattle off at you and rock your world with it. Like, that's a.
And this was part of This is the day in which Jews around the world commemorate the loss of both of the temples destroyed in the years 586 before the Common Era and 70 of the Common Era, along with a whole host of many other negative things that happened to Jewish people over the centuries, including the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, the destruction of the temple. I've spoken on this topic many times, and if you wonder,
there's a big difference between
detailed videos,
speculating and asking questions, being like, I'm not sure I believe the official president of the United States going, this happened, this was, and if you're going to say that, you're like, really laying out. Like, he never had that before. But they're curious about how corrupt our government is and the profound front that the government has committed against the American people, and they want justice for that. And so they pivoted off of Epstein after promising to deliver something on that, and then went, okay, well, how about Russiagate now? So now they're, but I will say, Tulsi Gabbard released a bunch of new documents that were some pretty interesting ones there. It wasn't like she just already knew all this, like there was new stuff in there that we didn't really already know. And she referred it over to the Justice Department. She said in her press conference that we have proof that Obama committed treason. And they've at least sent it to the Justice Department, and from what I understand, there is a grand jury being assembled or something like that. So I don't know. I still,
however, because of his
the deepest part of myself, there's no way they're actually going to try to prosecute Obama and Brennan. But
everything that he wrote was in a lens
that is an interesting story also.
the other videos for longer discussions of why that is so
They did
complex.
that with Obama.
Tacitus offers
What
us
was the
additional
actual,
kells
like,
with
what
his own
is she
biases.
stating history?
Cassius
Well,
Dio,
so
fascinating
now I don't think
historian,
she said treason. I don't
provides
think
us a
legally
particular
that's
discussion
technically
of
right.
next
But someone might correct me on that. Maybe it's
cultural
sedition or something. I
not
don't know.
as
I mean, like, I think
detailed about
treason.
his
I think
first
Chuck
war.
Brennan did
And
commit treason
Eusebius,
when he
who's a
armed
church
Al Qaeda
historian
in Syria.
frames much
There's
of
Obama
his
as well,
understanding
with
of
the
events
rest of
within the
Obama and John
perspective
Kerry
of
and Brennan. I think that's literally to the enemy.
which is
I've never seen
also, by the way, that
there was
Josephus
a
is
threat assessment written,
land of
and
Israel
actually we believe Russia interfered in the election. It was total bullshit. They've never been able to back up for shit. They find minor little things here or there, but nothing that demonstrates that like, the results of this were flipped. And they've been out of that for 3 years.
that is on the coast,
There's
and
no
it is
record
like
of that.
the ultimate
He just released a bunch of documents
in the West.
records of the
They have
just had was there that were like notes from the meeting. I think
Israel
one had
has
minutes
never
of
quickly over a property
them in the meeting.
It appears that the Roman officials charged them with little regard for Jewish sensibilities. There were a series of incidents involving, cultural clashes,
Which I'm
particularly
thinking
in the
of
city of
anything
Jerusalem.
coming of
There
this
is
or
running around
the
and
real
engaging
Jimmy
in, common
outrage
thievery,
of
and the
Russia
Romans are not
is
doing
that they
much.
didn't
When a
it's
particular
still pretty
property
outrageous to
dispute
try.
blew
It's still
up
pretty
in
outrageous
this
for Hillary
city,
Clinton to have like opposition
things got
research
way
and
out of hand.
use a
There
Russian
was
spy and a British spy
of
to
the sense of revolt
that's
going on
campaign
in
stuff.
Israel
It's
that
a little bit
rose that
different. Once he
Celsius
becomes the
Gallus
commander in
with
chief,
a
then you have
legion
the
of
FBI
soldiers
and
down
the CIA
to 12
still
fighters.
working to frame
Celsius
him.
Gallus heading down
So
from
this is
the
where,
north
and
from
through all
Syria,
that stuff,
and he
Hillary
made his
Clinton's
way
gone,
through
Barack
Jerusalem.
Obama's gone,
When he
Brennan is
arrived
gone.
at Jerusalem, it was a
Comey's
very
still there
imposing
for
looking
at least a few months. And then you have like
that should have kind of made things right, but
60 minutes interview Attorney General
two great books that I
recused
commend
himself
well.
so maybe not him, but then everybody else, like the top Justice Department, all sat down and debated what to do.
This book by Guy McLean Rogers for the freedom of Zion.
And then basically they went around and realized they weren't going to be able to willing to turn on them to invoke the 25th Amendment, which was designed for, we still didn't use it. Even after the debate, we needed a new candidate, but no one
Fortified
went,
city
this guy will be commander-in-chief for the next 6 months, which
grain
was,
stored there, and they had
they said
water
they were going to
sources
invoke
and so on.
the amendment.
And
This
he
is
felt the
60
France.
Minutes. And
So we decided to turn back.
Welcome.
And so they settled on
He was attacked
How are you?
by troops at this location, Beit Horon, the pass of Beit Horon, and he was deeply hit. He was into flight. The entire legion was destroyed. Extremely insulting thing to happen to the legion. Cestius Gallus himself survived and made it back to Rome, but it was a huge embarrassment that the Emperor Nero decided to send a much more competent soldier to take care of things, and that's when the war got much worse. Vespasian was the general, a battle-hardened general who Cestius Gallus was also, by the way, quite a battle-hardened general. He was an older man with injuries who simply could not handle the Jewish threat. Vespasian came back and he took a much more measured approach. He took literally years to wage this war. He's under siege, incredible brutality in some of them, but ultimately established his complete dominance of the north. It is, by the way, in the north that we have surrender at Yotapata, which is commemorating a siege. It is at that point that he ultimately defected to the Romans. There's a remarkable story about that. It's also the site in the north of the is a site with a history of Roman brutality involving the actual throwing of Jewish infants over us to their deaths. Gamla has never been rebuilt, the original site. In the north that Vespasian starts, and he takes his time, he goes through the entire region, and he ultimately brings it completely under Roman control. One major thing happens when Vespasian is in the land of Israel, however, and that is the departure of the rabbis to Yavne. So Jerusalem is going to be under tremendous threat, as we shall see in a minute. It is a site of tremendous sectarian fighting by Jews, and so the group of Jews who are known in Christian literature as the Pharisees decamp from Jerusalem to a place called Yavne, and this able to with the Latin term Yavne. Christians, by the way, according to also the city, and they make their way up to the north to the city of Pella. So, Mishnaic and Talmudic movement that was the source of Judaism for the next 2,000 years. A very remarkable one against Cestius Gallus, but that invited a much harsher Vespasian who began in the north and took his time time making his way down to Jerusalem. At that point, there's a major change in Roman politics, and Vespasian makes his way back to Rome in order to ultimately become the emperor of his son. Recall that even though Israel was characteristic of their style of leadership, Consul Festus. So the Jews actually had, but it was entirely dependent on Rome, and was simply a toady to Caesar's. And the Roman side, the fact that Jews were being killed all over Israel, but more significant than the fact that there was kind of attacking each other. This was a situation where you had the so-called zealots in Hebrew and the Talmud who are in other Jewish settlements. Ultimately, they're going to find themselves in the fortified city of Jerusalem. Three major groups shown here in this particular schematic, which actually only shows one particular point of time because there were, changing allegiances between these groups. Elazar ben Shimon, John of Giscala, who happened to be an extreme rival to Josephus, and the ferocious Shimon Bar, all held different. They hated each other so much, they fought with each other so much that incredible grain stores. And since they knew that Vespasian was on his way, it was inevitable. This was absolutely disastrous for the future. Really demonstrative not only of Jewish bravery, but also of intelligence. And he was surprised if rebels were actually making sorties out of the walled cities, and he was surprised that the earthworks that he was bringing the big siege ends up to the walls of Jerusalem were suddenly undermined because the Jews had actually tunneled under them and set the ramparts in there, set the reinforcements in the tunnels on fire, collapsing them and destroying these siege engines. Supply lines bringing, food and water and timber from as many as, and it was only a matter of time before ultimately they were able to reach the gates and make their way into the city itself. The fighting was brutal, and the temple itself was set ablaze. Which again 6 years. It seemed absurd that Rome should take so long to put down to the beauty and value of the temple as an architectural structure, as a cultural monument, and he portrays Titus as being hesitant to be involved in destroying the temple and actually expressing regret that it happened, as it were, almost by accident. This could be Josephus's way of portraying Titus as a more, benign, tolerant, but firm emperor. But nevertheless, this is the depiction that we have from Josephus in particular. Very different depictions. In other sources, the Talmud in particular made a tremendous effort to portray this as a very heroic attempt to demonstrate the might of the army. Part of the reason for this was their own internal consumption. There was a huge amount of controversy over the transition to the Flavian dynasty. The Flavians did not have the same kind of royal lineage as other contenders for the role of emperor. And so, a great amount of attention was paid to playing up this great victory in Judea, even though it's kind of a strange place to portray a great victory. One of the many ceremonies that depicts Roman soldiers carrying off the spoils of Jerusalem, including the famous candelabra with tree. That was one of the times dominated by a larger, but and you see a version here, she's actually very frightening image, I have to say. There was, after Jerusalem was destroyed, there were several other battles, most notably on the mountain redoubt of Masada, that ultimately fell in the year 74, a very dramatic last conclusion. So much more to say about this period. I encourage you other videos I have to discuss this much greater detail. You are observing this day, how fast and hopefully improve the fast. I hope this is the last year that we have to have a Tisha B'Av. Thank you very much for watching. It means it was a term that was used by those who looked down upon the education, that they could move wherever they wanted, they jobs, so open any business they wanted, and there were all kinds of like really pragmatic reasons. Even though you could still go on living your Jewish life and eating kosher food and marrying other Jews or other Jews who had been forcibly converted and so on. And this went on for a century. Surprisingly, those Jews who were forcibly baptized, and they ended up occupying very prominent positions in the Spanish economy, culture, leadership, all over the place. This were ostensibly Christian, but were seeking to inquire was basically an investigation that was designed to root out any of these private Jewish practices and make sure that they stayed this spread later Portugal, because in 1497 opposition was later brought to that part of the Iberian Peninsula as well. So they were Jewish, which was very dangerous. So, by the way, women were forced to survival of the Jewish individual, and we know quite a bit about the role of women in the lives of crypto Jews because we have Inquisition trial transcripts in which there's long, really horrific stories. Now, how does this all relate to work? So let's just think about this for a second. If you're living in the middle of the 16th century and Jews have been totally banned in your country, and you know from your parents found out when you were a teenager that you're actually Jewish, what do you do to learn about Judaism? What up? There are no rabbis allowed. There are no Hebrew books in circulation anywhere. The only exception is that
Welcome. How are you? What up, Stereo? Stereo, have we met before? What it was. Yeah, no worries at all. If I ask, how'd you find out about me, my friend?
You dick, you were spamming around in the chat.
Archived on the internet than any person in global history. Yeah, absolutely, big brother. I do so because I'm creating essentially the world's largest time capsule or timeline of human history. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air. That data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's most valuable resource. And I have more data archived than any person ever, and that may make me an influential person. Tell your friends, I'm going to make sure that you have enough money to be able to create generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds
No worries, and it's just a matter of time. Probably less than a year. Why is that? Well, as you know, pretty powerful bots. Houses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, cloud seeding, and vertical farming. Well, they're sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth over 100. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I want to continue those types of projects. I'm an advocate for things like life straws and most desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. I talk about the things to change the world. I'm a futurist. I'm fascinated by this futurology, which is the study of the future. I talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light technology, faster than light communication. I talk about things like
you can achieve that.
absolutely.
That
In fact, earlier today, I read 100 different.
mass to reach the speed of light.
My friend, I just
Space day.
I understand. I just read using AI 100 different ways how to do it, and after I tell you everything about what I do, we're gonna go into those ways. So don't you worry about it. Just off the top of my head, there how higher intelligent civilization do this. So we'll talk about that. I talk about disclosure, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. Since the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I was using ChatGPT the day that it launched, November 30th, 2022, and I've been able to see essentially the birth of large language modeling. We talk about things like Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, certainly, and just everything that has to do with the future. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Science Scientific. They've made their goal that within the year 2028 to reach the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian surrogates. I think this is a really mind-blowing task. Additionally, made headlines recently with their introduction of dire wolves. They're about a year old. There are two males, one female, and they are such that they've been met them. Following the woolly mammoth, this company wants to introduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think these are really exciting opportunities. When you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you was about age 80. I would increase that to age 100, 120 if you want, through the use of life extension technology such as oxygen therapy, nootropics, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like, if you want, red light therapy, cold shock therapy, things like ambrosia therapy, things like cryogenics, but eventually you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, this has been a great run. I have had all of the things that I wanted to come. Got rich. We were able to live longer than we would have ever expected. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And the next plan is, again, with your consent, if you want. You don't have to have this, but if you or your family wants it, there's the opportunity at something known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain with your new computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying, you stereo, is there's an opportunity for digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
That's pretty cool. But I've always thought of that, like, is it really transferring the mind, or is it really just killing that person and just putting a copy of them?
Absolutely. So this is a paradox. It's known as the ship of Theseus. Essentially, if I take a boat and dock it in Don and take it. So we are now going to review the here today, and there are like 6 different ways. Well, six different groups of ways. Look, if you really want to know how a UFO, a disc, has 3 different levels. The bottom level has what are known as essentially gravity, like the passenger area. And then the top level, we're not exactly sure, but it could be navigation. But uh, what these using an element known as element 115. Have you ever seen the periodic table of elements? You've got like hydrogen as one. At the bottom, ones that nobody has to memorize, is element 115. It's known as un pentium, and it is very radioactive. But if you can, uh, uh, if you can, uh, um, if you can, to create a huge amount of energy, able to essentially a pinpoint that allows them to basically create like a force space time. Now, the way that these crafts operate, they have 2 settings. It's called the A setting and the B setting. Basically, the A setting allows them to travel very fast distances very quickly. And then the B setting is when you're coming close to like a planet and you don't necessarily want to travel like extremely fast, but still fast enough. That's how it is hypothesized, or at least they, okay, well, what's your source for this, Rabbi? You can go to Joe Rogan's episode where he interviews Bob Lazar on this topic. If you want, if we could watch it together, he talks all about it. He talks all about Area S4 and how
Sorry, who talks about it?
Joe Rogan and Bob Lazar. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Yeah. And I know Bob Lazar. Yeah.
Okay, so they're the ones who they review it on his episode. Um, to give you an idea, Bob was and everybody thought he was a kook. Then it turned out that thousands uh, students at the University of Moscow were able to discover that element 15 did exist, and they were surprised because Bob Lazar had been talking about this for 10 years already, 15 years or so. So element 115 in Pentium, but it also has the name Muscovy, University of Moscow. Okay, so that's how it will work, or like if you wanted to use it today, that's how it could work. But there are also over 100 different hypothetical ways to do it. So here we go. You tell me 100. So here we go.
There's all that.
Absolutely.
Everyone will be able to live in peace. But like, there's always so much.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
that's a pretty big one.
percent. So you should understand are small time thinkers.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Excellent. I think one of my devices is starting. Okay. And if you're like, yeah. So if you're like, what do you mean they're small time thinkers? So the aliens were just talking about likely the alien grays that crashed at Roswell, own understanding of how civilizations work in colonies. When we had the age of colonization, generally have peace on their own country, on their own land, before they could dedicate the resources to start colonizing other areas. So this is just inherently how the sociology of civilizations work. It has with diplomacy. Basically, if you want to go searching throughout your neighborhood, you and your brother have to get along. And either that's going to be you guys make peace, or we have a lot that divides us as people, but that's not nearly as much as what unites us. And at least with my stream, we have for the first time an opportunity to observe an individual, not just in current form, that you can study what actions were to when the queen died, or when large language models were launched, or the Trump, or the 2001 Olympics, two Olympics, or 2021 Olympics, I should, four Olympics. You can see what life was like with a presidential election, presidential debate, all of the things that we've had. Uh, global war in Ukraine, global been archived, and and
Yeah, what do you think about the Ukraine war?
an advocate for world peace. So um,
Yeah,
this is related to the question that you had previously, which is okay, well, how do we stop World War? It's, in my opinion, pretty simple. Both sides down at a table, live stream it, we get and we say, draw the boundaries. Whatever you think needs a greater role in being a peacekeeping force, and that if necessary, every country that's a member of the United Nations should volunteer either 10,000 troops or 100,000 states. These international peacekeeping forces there that can ensure that aggression does not spread. Now, I'm just one person, and so I can just do my best. When I was a kid, people used to talk about peace and talk about world peace, and it's not discussed anymore. And I want it to be discussed. So those are some things that are important to me. But additionally, the ability for humanity to solve its problems using technology is unprecedented as we stand at the current time. Meaning, we have robots that are being created and drones that can do work for us, and artificial general intelligence and artificial super intelligence better lawyers than any lawyer ever was, or was, or better, especially if I'm live streaming them all. You can see that I'm in a position where with way for the world to be able to achieve world peace. And keep it simple. What is a way that the people can have world? So we have to have understanding and empathy. People need to try to understand each other's cultures and struggles. Most conflict comes from misunderstanding and fear. And I think a lot of the reason why we have the conflicts that we just lack of communication. And video is an excellent communicate. Fairness and justice, everyone must have basic needs met, food, safety, and fairly in ending world thirst. If we can solve those issues, it will help us to have a world. Cooperation and communication. Sit at a table, live stream it for the world to be able to view, and if and then we can review them in 5 years or 10 years or whatever, and we can come to more peaceful, um, endings and be able to move forward. And
Yeah.
to me, it's not that hard. It's essentially a lot about communication. If you notice, many of the countries with which the United States has ever had any type of uh, in the English. He speak English. Ho Chi Minh speak English. Saddam Hussein speak English. The Taliban didn't speak English. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't have this, and I'm someone who thinks that with with devices like I have one, and it's not even that advanced, but it's a universal translator. And like that's in German, but I do that in Chinese or in Spanish or whatever it needs to be. And with these types of instant communication devices, and especially if we're doing it broadcast to the world, I mean, think about any diplomatic meeting that has basically ever occurred. None of them take place on a live stream. They're all taking place behind closed doors or in video delay or whatever. And it's very useful for communication. And it allows
us
us.
to cut you off, Mr.
Go ahead.
Mr. Rothschild.
It's Rabbi.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I actually have to use the bathroom at number 2.
by the way, that historically Jews were typically aniconic. They did not like very, very surviving examples. From later destruction and rebuilding, what is being poured from messages, things like that. And then on the left appears to be the scene of Mordecai being paraded throughout town, and leading him appears to be Haman, especially seems to be very happy about his situation. Of course, that's the plot of the story, and maybe he's that's to get the plot. And then in the center, how the outside character their faces represented. The characters in the middle, however, their faces or totally obliterated. I really wonder what that means. Apparently, there are some other examples. Appears to be an intentional thing, but really one of the most fascinating elements of late Second Temple Judaism is the fact that there were lots of ideas circulating around the land. They're called the actually three earlier too, but they now gives me a lot of something I don't know if I heard of or I once saw it, but apparently there was an edition of it's very fascinating to see what the authors they have a sense of who made the very end of the text. It's kind of like this was written by statement. Someone named the Syndicus told me who apparently worked with a letter, and this Syndicus was apparently from Jerusalem. They placed the dating of it within the reign of two notable kings with similar names. So it either dates to the year 114 before the Common Era or the year 48. At any rate, let's get back to the translation. There were 6 new sections. There's this one very enthusiastic Jew who really loved the holiday of Purim. He loved the Book of Esther. And when he was put upon to translate it into Greek, he said, well, here's a couple of parts since I am translating it. I'll just add these sections because I've always been bothered with this or that. Some of those sections are like really weird. have it. With English and are just kind of boring and detract from the heart of once dictated after they also the way that audiences might appreciate book after all it is recorded in Greek, which was a language markup. So many more people had access to it than narrow Hebrew readers. And so one of the more intriguing, puzzling elements of the Book of Esther is the frequent reference described famously. Rob on to say that we saw what he'd done, he immediately praised God and miracle happened. They sort of works again, but they were saying they're paraphrasing. Are you crazy? I'm coming back to your place. We also have based on earlier laws dictated into more under control of the foreign parties, and one particular behavior is especially excoriated, not just because Roman was concerned with the idea that Haman will not be hung as we tend to be text today, but as they metabolism or spiritual reason. And to whatever degree alcohol systems
how does that translate into the Gregorian calendar? It would be right around the late 14th century is where the that date actually is not too bad when you look at the very first non-biblical items that talks about the Jewish people, and that is the Hermes Method, which was erected about 100 years after Antioch, which, if we're following the biblical narrative, by this point, the Hebrews have exactly the same price that would make sense to this heroin. There's a fascinating kind of literary sense. I was trying to remember, by the way, well, of course, Stalin
around the world this week, Jews will commemorate the 7th of Tammuz, Shabbat Tammuz. It kicks off a 3-week period of more significant fast on the 9th day of the month of Av that commemorates specifically the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. But for the 17th of Tammuz, which is the initial fast that begins this period, the sources describe 5 different things that specifically happen on this day. Here is the actual citation from the Mishnah, a 2nd century text that reads, 5 things happened to our ancestors on the 17th day of the were broken. The Tamid offering, which is one of the sacrificial activities of the temple, almost burned a Torah and an set of things, try to place them in their historical context to add to a bunch of inappropriate activities. They built the golden calf, the down to God as it was said. Right. Dutch artist who, of course, was very close with the Jewish community in Amsterdam. This depiction of Moses does not have, although some of the space in between. In terms of the historical context of this event, the only real historical source in the 2nd century goes to about the year 1313 before the Common Era. So that's like one inauspicious event that is associated with the 17th century. When we move to the second reason for an offering light up and besiege the later 19th century Germany suggests a different possible date. It says that perhaps this is related to the civil war that civil war told and aristocratic placed his brother in Jerusalem on that 70, but let's focus right now on the third reason for the March of December. And that's the second. It was Neo-Babylonian period, this map where it was an empire that would reach all the way to Fertile Crescent, right up the Euphrates and Tigris rivers and down into Israel, right up. Later in time was under the Roman. Here in this remarkable painting called the Triangle painting, Jesus is actually shown second from the foreground. In the foreground is probably it's but let's have a look at this map. Here lays out exactly how Jerusalem was that was constructed, partially in part when the temple was destroyed, and the siege dike was exceptional. It actually burned down each other's stores of grain. Another story, maybe we'll talk about that more when we get to Tisha B'Av.
DIS DISBOARD.
Bro, I don't speak good English.
That's okay. What dashboard did you find me from?
But something.
On Discord? No way, you found me from Discord?
Yeah, let me
No way, I just created that thing today. Correct?
Yeah, I think that.
If I tell you about
I
my...
can find it in my history.
Yeah, would you check, please?
What?
That would be great. I stream my life 24 hours at The Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's #1 resource. Data overtook petroleum as Earth's. I may become a very influential someday, and if that happens, I want to make sure that you, your friends, your family are all independently wealthy, that you all are able to create generational wealth. Most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities. And what else do you like to do? Okay, very well. Well, I'm just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. If you have any questions, I'm here to help you. Know that I'm always live, and I really appreciate you being here. Shout out to you guys.
So you're living in America.
Yes, sir.
That where uh,
Oh no, no way. That's very sad. Have house. Make sure that they're taken care of. How does that sound? Does that sound good to you?
very good.
Excellent, my friend. Here's Jewish history lectures. Here are our people. Wonderful.
Yeah.
The source we have for these dates is none other than Josephus, a remarkable historian who gives us a very detailed description of what happened in Jerusalem. In his history called the Jewish War, which, by the way, he wrote because a rebel commander himself, he surrenders the Romans, and the rest of his life was spent as sort of a client, sort of a captive of the Romans. And he wrote this. writing not only for posterity, but to dig up the foundations of the right, that fortification in the north of the temple courtyard. Which was what you're named for. The sacrifice called the daily sacrifice, and today the daily sacrifice also, this one here that occurred in the year 7. It's not offered to God for want of earth. To them was Caesar in charge, and this
Vision repair that we can. Have the best doctors in the world. I'll make sure to get it.
Yes, I have the camera on.
Absolutely.
Now I have sunglasses because my heart is hurting.
Okay. Yeah, they're very cool.
And my family is not the very recent can
That's okay. You just be patient and we'll get it all paid for.
And how would we do that?
Well, I have more data archived on the internet than any person. It's Earth's #1 resource. So I'll utilize it and be able to pay for trees.
Another point to the Bar Kokhba revolt of the years
How is
133
it
major uprising in
maybe it can get better, but
horrific
Very well.
of a great rabbi, Rabbi Hanani Hataradia, just this remarkable vision.
like
There you go.
Is just material,
yes.
but the angel kisses him on the forehead.
I mean this political perspective.
Yeah, I understand. Oh,
Like, look, they cut me in the eye.
The last of the 5 items that I mentioned is over the past on the subject is that an idol was set up in the sanctuary. The sanctuary of this first the same apostolic.
What are you like?
Ross 11, all in one word.
Can we donate?
Described as something that happened.
If you'd like.
Nevertheless, it is still an open question as to
What do you think of Muslims?
I'm for world. Children of
Legal?
well, people should be able to live the life.
Just want to
You know, because
say how grateful
in the
we
first
are
place, a
as
woman. Now there are all kinds of.
days in Jewish history. The fact that we have a expert historian in our community who's willing to share his time with our community and, of course, with the larger community that's gathered virtually. I'm really indebted and grateful. Thank you very much for and my son-in-law pointed out that one of the challenges the virtual attendance as a possibility. Let's begin by the kind of town.
Yeah, my family goes. Oh, I'm busy right now, but maybe in a little bit.
Of these smaller scale programs,
Yeah, I would.
behind it were primarily exchange for the Jews.
Yeah, no, I
of Europe
understand.
as they were beginning
I like to get
status.
political.
They actually had
Peace.
second-class rights, no right of
I think
limitations on
Nazi is
number of
not.
rights.
I know, but that doesn't matter.
Be emancipated fully.
Thanks,
And it
big
seems
dog.
that these tensions within German society that were led to a series of riots
Start
in various
praying.
urban localities with a
Хочет на то, что
determination that has not been seen for about 100 years. You can see here the size and scope of the riots. Now, these attacks on Jews,
What do you do for work?
by the way, about 75
I am a certified project management professional.
But it's the same phenomenon. They apparently taunted the Jews
Nice.
with a cry of pep.
Thank you.
Внимание, то
They
видишь?
would chase after
Yeah.
Jews through the streets, shouting after them.
Nice,
Wondered at the strange origin of this unusual.
I mean, myself,
phrase.
I work
Right
for.
back with me. It's not a word.
I've been working for about
And, one
7
particular,
years.
Author writing
Now
at the
I'm
time in the New
18.
Times of London paper,
Cool.
which I owe to Michael Fontaine of Cornell University.
Poi saliamo un culo degli zambagamenti. Continuare a essere dietro quei che non vedono di maledizione, quei che poi di maledizione.
Of the Latin term, Jerusalem est perdita. Jerusalem is lost. And this particular writer in the New Times, apparently letter to the editor, wrote about the Hep riots that were occurring that month. And he offered this as an etymology that the rioters were somehow taking advantage of this Latin phrase that was, according to the author of this letter, say of 1096. First of all, it's all a cholent of mistakes. We don't have any of these specific sources from the Crusades. We have no other record from this Latin term. Why would 19th century German Semites pick this strange term in their exact versions of I don't know if that actually works. I've never tried it, but if that is apparently the word we use in English, idiot, and it only makes sense in English in that particular context. And taking it to Germany at the time, that makes a lot of sense because the Jews an expression that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. This is a wartime sheet that uses this phrase array, and it's an expression of joy, celebration, the action of one individual or another for some activity. Hip, hooray, medieval footnote, note. It goes back to my own a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in a town called Monteith, and we were
Fucking Jewish.
had a light
cultural
потом мотаем.
when I
Еще
was 10 years old, they sent me to
следующую.
so I could learn something about what it means to Jewish and have a bar mitzvah.
Ай,
And they brought me back. That's when I first discovered anti-Semitism. Because so many of the kids that I played for, groups of them who regarded me as the spawn of Satan, asking me who were distinctly and virulently anti-Semitic. And the charges that they hurled at me in English, dirty Jew, in French, maudit juif, a little bit more colorful, cursed Jew, that those stung and those stuck with me. And just the guttural sounds of hatred that were expressed in those few syllables reminded me of the Hek riot. Made me feel like, yeah, that makes sense. That this is a deep-seated infection that has its expression in certain behaviors, certain outward trappings, and that kind of grunting expression of hatred is something that resonates with me. I think it ties specifically to our topic. As you know, as I tried to process strange change among my friends, I tried to understand how could they, all of a sudden hate me when what have I done differently? I'm the same kid I used to play with before. They used to play with. What happened? Really, the rest of my intense adolescent thought focused on the idea of understanding the roots of anti-Semitism, and most of my adult career scholarship has been looking at this question, and trying to understand the difference of Jews in the world. And in many ways, for the long prolegomena, this brings us to our topic, because the topic that we're discussing today on this day is really at the root of our difference. It is that moment when Jews were viewed for non-existent, persisting as a thorn inside a more monolithic population. This is really at the root of anti-Semitism. The fact that we have retained our distinctive culture and our heritage, our language, our religion, our beliefs, that seems to be something which is insurmountable for anti-Semites, and they hate us desperately because we have But I like started in 66, resulted in the destruction of the Tempos Rebellion in 115, that is lesser known, and then the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132, more significantly in terms of the assertion of their
Mediterranean, pushing all the way back to what would be contemporary Afghanistan, Pakistan, and even really to land travel really happened. This region here, through contemporary Jordan, is leaving behind this massive empire that had to be divided area that the Jews would fight against in the Maccabean Wars and other regions. So of Jews from the Syrian Greeks, and most specifically, the point for us today is that with Judah Maccabee, we have the first connection with the Romans, because Judah himself, seeing the Greeks, but the kingdoms that were founded after.
How's your day going? Very well. Okay, very well. For what you
Independent Jewish state under the kings, the Hashmonaim, during this period of time. So, would not last. By land of Israel. And they reach out to the Romans. They went back looking at Judah Maccabees' earlier agreement with the Romans. They both individually said, but the time frame here, the revolt is in 66 of the Common Era. In years, by the way, for those who may be not familiar with this termination, scholarship in the West used to use the term BC, which stood for before Christ, and AD, which stood for Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. So in the mid 20th century, most secular scholars and with the Common Era, and obviously since secular people and Jews do not regard Jesus as their Lord, we don't use Anno Domini, we use CE, Common Era. And although this is very frustrating, a lot of people on the internet, nevertheless, is the scholarly standard. So thinking about the time frame, the revolt that we're discussing after over 100 years of Roman rule. We were under Roman control. We rebelled immediately when Pompey took over Jerusalem. Be the same person. Physically invalid. And lucky they put in place after King Herod, who was largely viewed negatively because of his bloodthirst and is also somewhat maligned with another event in his Maya here, and he ends up through a very crafty series of and ultimately the Romans point him this is a fascinating chart from Leon Rittenmeyer, who was an architect of reconstruction. At the top here, somewhat obscured, are Herodian walls, because he had erected this massive rampart all the way around it, and we owe a tremendous amount to him for the archaeological record. What it looks like today, of course, the temple building itself was made on the Herod's building projects were an extremely useful thing. Building public support, it employed a lot of people. Those on the maritime ports, the built phenomenal thing. Understood the local sensitivities that Jews, including this one at Masada, that we will return his gold hole, where he actually hit his family at one point early in his career. Realized just how they're much of which is still today. But his claim to legitimacy, because she was a legitimate princess here, Maccabean king, has forcibly converted to Judaism. It's an amazing story that was that there are several populations, the north, the Azarians, who were overrun by the Maccabeans, and this was before Judaism had Judaism, but his demands were forcibly, although her mother definitely liked Herod, she may have actually plotted against him. And so he has her killed. Immediately after killing her, all the various family members he killed, Jericho and so on, exiling his multiple wives, several of them were actually named Mariamna, which makes it much more confusing. And also that he named a lot of his kids after himself, his grandchildren after himself. I get paid by the hour. So the sheer rampage in his own immediate family was so awful that Emperor Augustus, who was Herod's ally, Herod's pig, There is, by the way, for those in the audience, there's uproarious laughter in the room. It's just a microphone. The thing is better to be Herod's pig because Herod won't eat a pig than his own son. Because Herod would metaphorically eat. It's on his death. He wanted to make sure he's sad, so therefore he ordered to arrest a whole series of Jewish leaders, and that he left orders that all of those Jewish leaders who were innocent should be insane by the. At one point, he attempted to take life with an apple knife, and he was unsuccessful. And then the last act is when he heard that his own son actually was possibly rebelling against brilliant in some ways and horrific rule for drawing of the years, whatever goes with another story. Okay, so let us understand what actually happened after Herod died and how does that authority in Roman and so he gave the largest part of the land of Israel to Herod's son, and there was a tremendous amount of dissent. So in the year 6, the Roman Empire exiled Archelaus and said in south of France. So it's not so bad if you're going to be exiled to be sent to the south of France, but there was no Chabad, there was no Chinese food. You know, I don't know why, because everyone fasting. Now, Rome did retain a client who appears in the Gemara, fascinating. There are Agrippus. There are actually two Agrippuses. The first one was most likely who appears in the Gemara in a favorable light, but that would take a few other years. More say but it's largely ceremonial. And the real people in charge sex. Sadducee, the role of the Kohen Gadol, the great high priest. The Gemara, the Mishnah says that Antigonus, the man of Rabbbi, had two students, Betus, and they both misunderstood, which Antigonus, of course, I'm sure you're familiar with the Mishnah, says that you should serve the master not receiving a reward. He understood that to mean, well, I guess there is no reward. There is no holy. And so they had a vision of Judaism that was very this world focused, and it evolved into the Hasmonean support, and the Boethians from the other one may have been specifically sponsored by Herod. But the most important thing for us, besides the differences in their theology, was that they were connected specifically to the temple. Overwhelmingly Kohanim or families of Kohanim associated with the temple in the land of Israel. Sadducees tended to be quite divergent from what modern Jews would understand. But they had an extreme measures. The contrasting group, which we should recognize, Pharisees, they are the gossip that goes on, and they want to just focus on their religious development. It's not entirely John. Usually, it's basically equivalent to definitely not a nice term. Now, momentarily. Their relationship to the Sadducees is fascinating because the Pharisees were known to be much more populist, meaning they seem to have the legitimate spiritual leaders for the Pharisees who handle the sacrificial ritual and do not necessarily provide that kind of spiritual guidance that we would expect, for example, from a rabbi. And it is of we assume are the Pharisees consider at any rate Judaism today. And finally, the last group I'd like to mention that sometime in the Hashmonayan period, of course, because in the 19th were sheets like this, and they seem to have been a really bizarre set of writings that eagerly anticipated the apocalypse within moments. Strange writings about the goodness and the teacher of evil and all kinds of bizarre things going on. People are still trying to figure out exactly who were these Qumran groups. Josephus, who I know I've mentioned his name several times, it's like who he is, but I will mention that he spent several years living among a group of people who followed the fourth philosophy that were likely these Qumran sects. Their region was destroyed in the 60s of the Common Era, but was later excavated. And you can see that they lived in remote areas. And we have, for example, one of their in which they discuss the ways in which initiates were to behave. They were to eat their meals in silence. They were really big on ritual purity. They were given the mikvah several times. They were given a small latrine shovel. And one of the most important things they could kind of strange group that I would love to spend more time studying and talking about. But we're going to go give you a sense of how a man named Yosef ben Matityahu was born in the year 37, and he tells himself, as I mentioned, as a Pharisee, although he definitely had connections to other groups. He experimented a little bit spiritually by going up to Qumran, and he was apparently important enough that he was sent to Rome as a young man as part of a Jewish delegation to negotiate various things with the state. While in Rome, he was overwhelmed. He was like the building texture and the government and the society, and he just thought Rome was absolutely fantastic. When he returned to the land of Israel, he discovered that the land was his, and much to his dismay, he was placed in charge in the Galilee. At a young age, he was in his 30s, and he was placed in this very important military capacity, being quite an important figure. Certainly, he tells us he was. He tells us about how he was so precocious that at the age 14, all the rabbis of Jerusalem would come to him with shyness. And he never suffered from excessive humility. But at any rate, he ends up, the reason why he is so important to us is because he left us a remarkable book, The War of the Jews, the Roman Jewish War, that tells us everything we really want to know about what happened. It is an extremely problematic book, because basically what happened is when he was hacked by the Romans in the Great Revolt, he ultimately surrendered later to be the emperor, and he became an aide-de-camp to the Romans. Maybe the interpreter, and he was literally signed by the Romans as they destroyed the temple in Jerusalem. It gives us a very valuable first-person account. Then after the war, Rome, with his captors, now patrons, he took their traitor. He betrayed the Jewish cause by going along with it. But at the same time, he was a captive of the Roman thing without their assent and approval. He knows that if he says something bad about the Romans, the emperor himself is going to have. Reading Josephus is extremely difficult. You have to constantly read between the lines of what he, and there's many, many different interpretations as to what kind of a person he actually was. So we rely very heavily on him for much of our sources. We definitely have other sources. We have Tacitus, who lived at the same period of time, but had an unusually strong anti-Jewish bias that comes up. We have Cassius Dio, a historian who lived in the next century, who was especially important for the Bar Kokhba. And we have the church historian Eusebius, who wrote against the war, but he wrote it from a distinctly Christian perspective, using the events of the war as justification for the growth of Christianity. So all of these historians are somewhat difficult to use for various reasons. Let me mention one small footnote about Josephus. It's quite fascinating, since I mentioned Eusebius. There are a lot of historians who are active at this time. You know, they're quoted in Josephus and elsewhere, but their books have been lost. Why is it that Josephus survived? He is a very dramatic writer. He does get, full of narrative in his histories, and so he's a good historian. But why would he have survived? The main reason appears to be that one of the copy probably in the 4th century that is 300 years after these events, and he said and now back to the war. Just one little paragraph stuck in there, and the historian, and we weren't reading Josephus at all. We weren't, as they say in the Talmud, in the yeshiva, and so he unusually had a great shelf like in the church, and we're great Josephus, even if it is marred by that strange passage. We're at the period, the end of the Herodian compromise. How is it possible we get to a period where we are ready for after Herod? So, that will work. Yes, here we go. Even though he was a madman and visual Jews, and he was very cruel and repressive, any man, he understood what was wanted, and he was very careful to make sure that those were his boundaries. For example, at this time, there was an extreme allergy to physical images. Like, for example, it was like kind of a sun image that was bullied. Maybe I'm thinking of another synagogue. But the Jews in Jerusalem were really, really would not circulate in Jerusalem if they had Israel. It has never been ethnically monolithic, always been multiple populations in the land of Israel, and he was solicited in Jerusalem, but he would put an apple in Caesarea, for example. He felt that people wanted there. And they can have it there. And when he went there, then all of a sudden he was a different kind of king. So he made sure that the various more or less modified with what they cared about. And he maintained these three things together really meant that he was able to establish a stable kingdom in Judea for 40 years. With his death, a cascade of events where rapidly run out of control and flashpoints in which Jews to live with Roman authority. We had local representation. We cared about our desire. Ongoing conflict with the Samaritans of Shomron that were infrequent, very closely related to be sure, but they were fighting for centuries and centuries. Alexandria, administrators who knew that if Caligula had succeeded putting an idol in the temple, there would definitely be the way that the Jews got out of it that Caligula was assassinated in the year 41, and so the effort came to naught. But we came very, very close to the precipice of war several times during the first century. And then, of course, in the year 66, as we shall see shortly, that's when the cessation of temple sacrifices for Rome occurred, and that was a huge insult to the Roman Empire. This is described, of course, in that by not offering the story of Bar Kamsa associated with it, by not offering the traditional sacrifice on behalf of the emperor to the Roman Empire as a whole, and certainly would precipitate war. Almost as if we decided on Shabbos to stop saying a prayer for the government. Even though, people may not be paying attention and things like that, who knows what the Kavanah is. Nevertheless, if you make a point saying we're not going to do it anymore, that's definitely an insult to the government. So that's what really brings us to the brink of war. The moment that sparked the war occurred in the city that we talked about as actually a non-Jewish city. The Emperor Nero had actually given more privileges to Greek population that were dominant in this area at the time. workshops, and they were building things on Shabbat, and that was very disturbing. The Jews kept on making offers to buy the local facility, and with no avail. And in one particular incident, which was meant to intimidate the Jews, someone in the dead of night went and a ritual sacrifice of a bird, like an avodah zarah sacrifice, on the steps of the synagogue, and this caused an upheaval among the Jews in Shul. Imagine that happening in Bethlehem. God forbid something like someone stealing dead dogs from the door or something. That would make them taken out of the avodah zarah sacrifice, but something like that would be just terrible. So some of the younger members of the synagogue got up in arms, and actually a fight broke out. The elders of the synagogue realized there was going to be some trouble. They took the Sefer Torah and they left and they fled the region. And Gessius Florus simply was hands off the entire the Jews appealed to Gessius Florus for some kind of remedy. And this ultimately resulted in rioting in Jerusalem, especially after Gessius Florus goes once again to the temple treasury and withdraws a paltry amount, 17,000. It's a lot of money, but in the context of what an empire needs, it's like going to robbing a bank and taking $10,000. And the bank has a lot more than $10,000. Take $10,000, it's like small. The Jews not only rioted, pushed back from one garrison, settling there, and mastering Jews in the streets, but they also ultimately mocked Florus by walking around with their thing. Gessius Florus needs something, someone please contribute to the push forward. After these massacres, however, this is all happening in the year 66, the rebels ultimately gained the upper hand in Jerusalem. They had the numerical advantage, and the garrison of Roman soldiers stationed there surrendered, and then the Jews massacred the surrendered soldiers, which was a huge miscalculation because not only was it an act of incredible cruelty, it also meant that the Romans saw that if they were in a fight with Josephus is our main account for this, so we portray this in this context as the worst possible light. But nevertheless, it is the case for the rapid and escalating violence that's happening. That ultimately results in Cestius Gallus. So Emperor Nero says, what is all this business going on in Jerusalem? This is going to interfere with our tax revenue from Judea. I'm sending you, General Cestius Gallus, down from Syria. Please go down there and take care of this rebellious population. At this point, the Jews have not only said, we are rebelling from Rome, but they were protesting and there was violence in the streets, the Jews against Rome. And so Cestius Gallus brought a legion, which is about 5,000 troops, and with about the same number of auxiliaries, a massive number of soldiers, and they marched down to Jerusalem in the summer of 66. He came right to the gates of Jerusalem. He stayed there for about 3 weeks, and then he mysteriously departed. And historians have tried to figure out what was he thinking of. I think the most reasonable argument is that he came down to show a show of force, to intimidate the rebels, saying, realize that you can keep pushing this because the rebels were only encouraged by his departure. And they decided to meet him at this place here, showing the picture, Beit Horon, which was noted for thousands of donkeys carrying
symbolic presence of the Roman Empire with the currency. That's Gala. And
this was when Ephraim snuck into our we don't have to. No, we don't. We don't have headphones. They feel weird. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's just good.
so what ends up
We
happening?
show us. Yeah, how's that feel?
Everybody asks the first question. Someone has a second question.
Yeah. I played the world championships in Saudi where I also lost. Sorry. You know how still playing. It's a real good argument, like all the crazy stuff that you go off of the ball. I see that, yeah. It's the
Elevated to the pillar. There was basically this look that reached their own boards against those countries have a high degree of that's the one. Very happy for whatever it really do. Religion is not for us.
Amazing shot.
As a legitimate religion, and Jewish
Also try to put them together. You can't even get close to sticking, man.
so the execution of Bishop, which of course is very
I think there's better players now than I've ever seen in my life. I
rarely
haven't watched
engaged
pool for 30
where we population is
You know, we changed the breaking forward. It used to be one
so
long
it's not
squad
basically
with the
it
magic
was a frank relationship.
so all of you had a break that way. And I was like,
So
oh,
Emperor Nero Cestius Gallus,
Yeah,
what if you
we can't really. There's so
something
many
of a
events.
poet and a singer?
You can get it on World Night Long Tours, WNT.TV, right?
Mandatory attendance. Unfortunately, fell during one of her recitals.
It's very funny. We did. Great.
Often enough scars or he just went directly invest in your
This is a story.
logistics.
Apparently, this was told to me by someone who wrote drugs. Obama meeting with someone in, Mr. President, we just want to let you know this is not who you think you're talking to, and we just wanted to demonstrate how good the I've seen up close, really, it's like when playing in front of him, I thought it was just some
The way in
like
which he
Elon Musk.
describes this scenario is a straw,
And for
and
people that
whether
are
it gets the short
you mean
straw
number one in the world,
or
if you just lost,
others,
or once you see
that
Adam
way
should be
we
the
will
number one in the world.
basically
By the rankings,
one of the last
by the
guys
rankings,
holding the short straws, all the others have to be careful.
But I think the real
He
bad play
ultimately decides that
to see
not
best, and this is
and that's space
the real ones like the one you do is shame. Sharon Steve Owen, that guy won by quite a few games. How many
man, so he decides to grant him his issue. One of
and that was for
which is here in
she was how much that money was.
and its sages.
We were
And
gambling.
this means that a small coterie of Pharisees who were largely opposed to the war against Rome, but that it was Pharisees.
Are we allowed to do unless you're lying to the IRS, which has a new citizen, I would say don't do that. So, yeah, we'll allow it.
Just mention that.
Oh, no, you're gonna get in trouble.
You
You were saying last time, I punished for the green card.
Christianity is
When you have to
just
do
beginning
those,
its time crucifixions around the year.
for 5
this show
Actually, have yes, six months of the year, the calendar year, each day we have a lot of depot because I was just doing crazy. Non-citizen, but still you get to play for the Moscone Cup. That's very crazy. Well, made sure we changed the rules. You know, so they got the green card, and I wasn't able to play the official tournament. Right, because you're a Russian years.
punishment for rejecting Jesus
Association.
built on the
Russian athletes. Doesn't matter what sport. What?
In terms of war,
Oh,
you
so I
don't
had nothing
commit
to do with
suicide when you're 68.
the first one. Before the war was 2000.
Burning of Rome and
Athletes
so on. And this clear civil war
You'll never
in
stop
Rome
the UFC.
means that the
Not only
Jews
do
have a
Russian
little bit of a
fighters
pause
fight
to
in
fight
there,
on
don't
in
care.
years 68 and 69. Nations going back to Rome and
Well,
so
they're
things
definitely
there.
not. It's
And
professional.
this rebels a tremendous amount of time to figure out what they're going to do
Federation,
with the independent Roman events.
association, they're just a
Three
drug
ways
company.
that they spend more time with each other than comparing
Fucking this guy is out there causing trouble. Like he's just a professional MMA fighter. You know, this is we're in the same country as him. It's not him. Yeah, you know, Metro went out all the way to make an offer to the United States and at that time, it was like the US Open, like 2 years ago. Or was it 10 years ago? And the crowd was cheering for me. You know, I'm living in the United States already. Yeah, everybody's cheering me like I'm one of their own. And now it's up to you. When you watch the US Open from last week, everybody supports me. Everybody's cheering for me. Well, that's just the cool thing about America is it's everybody's like, all right, yeah, try that, Paul. Like, you know, Paul, like, one of us. But America's like, so when people play a lot and people really into pool, it's almost like that's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is how good you are. You know, there was a guy who lived during the Depression. There's a scene in it where they let this thing get so far. Well, you know,
Cannibalism.
yeah. I think I'm not my pride. I put that Filipino gentleman before the match, the finals. What was that guy saying? Michael, you tell us that.
He attempts a couple of times to attack.
functions.
Instead of camp on fire.
Sure.
Because again, the Romans
That guy, whoever that guy is, does that. His car listens to his music, he probably sucks. Bro, like watching someone play poker.
they would take their time to get it done right.
It doesn't make any sense. But then there are guys who play wild, and it is fun to watch, like Mohammed was saying. Extreme pressure. It's better to have your style, like more coping chunk style, coping style, methodical backstroke. It's always looking. Backstroke. No, not yet. Okay, we're ready. Hope we're ready.
So the idea of inflation despite the so Josephus portrays Jesus as telling the soldiers specifically don't let the end of that. We're about to say go to the center of the rebel. Don't take a nap until the time. The party did so, and then they woke him up once people was actually explained. He came out and apparently expressed
When it
his
gets down to
displeasure.
5 seconds,
Far
where
more
you
likely that
pull the
in
trigger
the
on a
context of the
second to go. I was watching, I was like, oh my god, I want a heart attack right now. What's that? What's that? Let's go to cheering and everyone's screaming. Usually happens. Most cool tournaments are very drop no cloud, feed precision no cloud. As soon as you drop down to shoot the next ball, everybody gets one. Roscoe Cup, those rules are off the table. People are hammered, shark you. It would be super loud, it would be super tough battle. Everybody would play for the
massive march, which still stands today.
25%
March of peoples that celebrate history over today.
So let's say I'm
Of
on
course,
top
I think
of
there was famous dollar for the better resolution, but it shows Roman soldiers
everybody
bringing
quiet.
the
Just in a second.
spoils from Jerusalem
It's really a trigger. That's
the
so it's a tough environment to play in, but
and
I'll encourage people to have some It's kind of weird though
really,
that
very
they agree because people yell
But
out in
it
the middle
really
of like you
says
stroking the ball. You see the crowd getting goes over fire. It's over dog food because that's what chemicals an ultra processed food. But a healthy alternative exists. The farmer's dog. They make fresh food for
people are experts on dog nutrition, and they're all in on fresh food. The farmer's dog also does something unique. They portion out the food to your dog's nutritional needs. This ensures that you don't overfeed them, making weight management easy. Research shows that dogs kept at a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer. Head to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. This offer is for new customers only. Yeah, let's talk about that. One thing that happened is there's a rule where you break, but soft breaking is basically very subjective. Like the referee can decide call someone on or not call someone on, and you thought this guy was soft breaking. So you said something, and the Filipinos went crazy. Yeah, everybody went crazy.
We're still in charge, and we're taking care of business. And they want to mount the propaganda campaign to convince women of the viability of the nuclear.
Make your best effort to make a forceful break. So that's really effective, and it's up to the referee to make that goal.
So let's return now to the SADA. This is operation.
Radar gets me done.
SADA.
An easy solution. It makes it interesting. It's a new element.
For example, juniors or girls. Well, girls play girls. Yeah, but that would be
Oh, right. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, for young kids, you'd have to have an exception. Just like, so whatever the what's a good break speed? Like, what do you think you break at? Like, Bustamonte's prime, like 30 miles an hour?
Well, back in the day, it was different. Back in the day, everybody would break over 20, 23, 24, 25. Bustamante had the quick break. Yeah, when he would let the cue go out of his fingers and then throw his whole body into it, his timing was crazy. You ever watch the Russian player?
All we have is
Stuff.
tells us this mass suicide story.
That's true.
There are some interesting archaeological bits, like for example, there's been multi-times that claim concerts with names on it, including a legend of fires that appear all the rebels there that suggest that they may have actually passed lost to the survived. But the problem is, has done this before. This is not the first mass suicide story that he has told
You're
us.
trying to hit this one ball square on the face, and you're throwing all of your might into it.
It could be that it happened exactly as
Shane's breaking the same
but
way.
nevertheless, the attack on the SADA was occurred either in the year 73
I
or
like to know how fast he
74,
breaks when he breaks it like 10 ball. Because when he 10 ball breaks, it's pretty crazy. He breaks pretty hard.
Right. Softer speed.
This
More
was
control.
not how we're looking at
So what do you think would be
I'm running out of
like a
time.
reasonable mile per hour that you would impose where it's anything slower than that
So
soft break?
115
Players
was the break.
practice for them. You wouldn't want to break
The Jews after the war were in a
under.
terrible
Players
state.
will try to break harder.
Jerusalem itself was forbidden to them. It was
Well, they used to do that
named, in
when
fact,
they were
Eva Capitolina, and the
well, that
entire
was
region
very
of
annoying.
Judea was
Where,
renamed Palestina.
yes,
The
that was
Romans
very
tried
annoying.
literally to
Because
wipe
sometimes
out
guys would break hard, but the referee didn't rack them that good.
Right.
And they made a ball, and then the opponent gets to shoot. Like, that's great. And some guys played like Shane. Even I always couldn't break the touch. You got to breaks the hardest. He breaks the hardest. I don't know. Like the color of money, but Tom Sledgehammer break. It's that dumb American. If you want to get like American people to tune in, you gotta break hard. Yeah, like that's why Earl Strickland still gets mad. You know, he
withdrawal.
No, it's still
20 years
I
later,
just think he hasn't had someone lay it out like the way you just did with me. I explained it to me. This is the first time he explained to me that particular break. I'm like, you did it down, and you knew that the cloth was a little worn because it's a year-old cloth. So you're like, okay, because of that, I'm going to have to hit it here, and it'll go on the side. And you smashed it, and it went right in the side. I'm like, oh, shit. Like, it's not, it's very, it's not risky. You're not like gambling. The only thing you're gambling with is figuring out the break really fast. It doesn't really matter what you change. The fun thing to me about your life is that you're traveling all over the world playing. And then occasionally you have these marathons that they stream online. And I've got a good buddy of mine, Tommy, from Connecticut, shout out boy Tommy. And, you know, he and I will text each other, you know, like for 3 days matches going.
fascinating how it says that
I get so excited about it, but it's like that's always been the most romantic thing going part of the game. And I'm glad that people aren't shy. Gambling was not from the time negative for professional pool.
and
It could be, sure, because you're bringing in Sean's in, he's saying, give me, if I win, I get 40%. But in our case, it's
anyway,
different.
the
Yeah,
cause of the
our
war
matches
are
that
due to
there's only a
definitely
couple
of Emperor Hadrian being visited Judea in
There's also
the
one bunch of matches we
120s,
did.
and
The
then
biggest ones
came
were
back
it's
to
all
deal with the
a small
war.
group of people.
The,
It's basically
it's
just
not clear whether it was a
guys who have been
persecution.
in the case of like high level gambling characters versus blockchain characters. Club gamble just in regular life. Does anybody bonds or anything like that? Everybody does games all the time, but I think my gambling things are over. Starting to play really well. You got too good. Yeah. Like I played you here like 2 years ago. And I definitely play better now than I played 2 years ago, but you play way better. You play even better than you were playing then, which is crazy. When you were banking out, making shots, I was like, this is so humiliating. It's so humbling. Yeah, I know playing a lot better than which is hard to believe. Because you're the best player in the world, you're getting better. That's one of the coolest things to me about any game or any sport, anything, is that, and especially today, because there's so much data that's available. Like, say, if you're a young player and you're learning how to play, you can watch pool on your iPad until 3 o'clock in the morning. You can watch matches and you learn. You learn how to play things. You learn, like, why did he do it that way? You're like, oh, and you rewind it. You go, oh, that none of that was available to like Mike Siegel back in the day, or Nick Varner and those guys. Yeah, this stuff. There's so much information. Yeah, you can also, look on TV. I think Metro was showing those starting at TV. Yeah. And it's just like everything else with the new higher and higher with everything. There's physical limitations. And with pool, it doesn't 4-minute mile or, running the fastest 100 meters. We're all crooked. All of our backs are crooked. Oh, yeah, for sure. We're always bent over. It's always one side. Maybe one side is kind of like that. Shooting. Yeah, your back must be fucked. Your neck was fucked up. Probably at least 12 years. Yeah.
It's probably
Like 6 to 8 months, I think. So certain workouts, now, so you take some pressure off my neck. My neck is where it feels my upper back, shoulder blades. I have a head. That's what
separate
yeah.
your
I didn't know they were out of
from Jerusalem.
yeah, that
Along
would
with the Josephus recently said about 100,000 Jews and shipped off to
that started
slavery.
to progress and it was
And we have this document, which is actually a deed of sale to a woman named Balata, who was a refugee hiding in the caves with the Bar Kokhba rebels. She gathered with her everything that was important to her. It was very
Did you ever get
from
one of those
34
things that I was talking about?
before
Those
the
decompression things where you put your head in a harness and you like
destroyed the
pull
rebels
on the
that
door,
came
you
there.
sit on your door and you can like hang back a little bit. Those are nice. Yeah, that was
Specific life of a regular Jewish woman,
called that.
nonetheless living
Inverse
for
to yeah,
for
yeah,
ages.
as well.
And finally, this last image, which appeared in
Everybody
yesterday's
should
Times
be
of Israel.
decompressed. It's just like your back just gets smushed. Your posture starts to suck, and then you start to get these weird
Thank you
pains.
very much for your attention and your
And if you can
endurance
do
over
it,
this
just
90
be real
minutes.
vigilant with it.
Viewing
You can stop a lot of problems in their tracks. So, you know, I
this
haven't
is the meeting
really
for
paid
you,
attention
but
to
that we never
like
actually
stretching as
have
much as I did for this year.
this.
And I can play a lot longer, even though I'm not younger. You know, I was practicing a little bit.
I'm 25 years old. I was like almost 16, 18. I was practicing a lot more than I did now.
Yeah.
And then you just
2022. Plunge when you're on the road. Yeah, it's too cold. Really different. I do have the cold like the cold. Yeah, so I don't know. It sucks every day. But you just do it. Oh, get out. Know your player. You heard of him? Oh, Hobby. You know what a hobby Q is?
You want to
It's like a
tonight's part
but
two
it doesn't
of
have
our
rubber bumper at the bottom of it. It's just flat piece for
here.
I think it's named after him for some
I had a
reason.
conversation with
Anyway,
my
he was a
nephew,
famous
talking
billiards
about
player, like the turn of the century,
whether we should add to
and
the
the turn of the other one, like the early
discussions
1900s.
about the rub
And
and
he wouldn't drive
salvation
a car.
practices.
He refused to
My
drive
Rabbbi
his
is, you know,
arms.
I think a lot of
Wouldn't
people
drive
in
a
the
car
shul
because it would mess
just
up his
contributing to the work we have.
Sounds
Adding
like dishes about this. You know, cars back then didn't have power steering. So I think it's probably really difficult to steer them. See if you can find a photo of Willie Hobby. He had the weirdest. That's exactly the reason why he started the Russian pyramid.
Never say
And I
anywhere.
was always silent because I wasn't tall enough.
And so,
Yeah, look at him.
you set a reminder that the goal
That
of
crazy
all of this
sidearm,
getting
just
together
like Mohammed. So, yeah,
this is really
anyone
to
who's open, yeah, just like that.
different where,
Right.
different opinions of what you mean better with ourselves, each other. With the
Want to play that guy.
That's really
But
confident
meanwhile,
having this
it's
like
like
going to
there's
Torah,
so many different variations.
that's it. We're very grateful for him for sharing time with
Overcome everything.
and
Practice
we have
hundreds of
some
hours. So it really
rich
matters. Fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your college football knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. From live betting during the game to rivalry week odds boosts and so much more. DraftKings Sportsbook take bids instantly. Download the DraftKings code Rogan. That's code Rogan for new customers. Get through book. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Mark, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y over 67369. In Connecticut, help is available for a problem gambling. Call 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of good. Casino Resort. Kansas, 21 and over age. Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. More than on CEO.
Like Shane.
Like Shane, he's arguably the greatest of all time. One of them is in the conversation with greatest of all time. 5-time U.S. Open player. Hitting the ball in a way that everybody tells you don't ever do it that way. Yeah. He stops at the cue ball. Instead of following through and letting the cue ball slide through, he stops at the cue ball.
He's very same as Filipinos. Filipino players, they have a walk style of play. They're super fluid. They can see real good. But nobody plays like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's again, it's there are no they are right in the book. How do you say that? Like she did, like doing it wrong. I mean, it's a very small time. Yeah. That's his back. It's really. I mean, that's listen, man. I know. That dude was born deaf. That's fucked up.
It is, but it's
You can shut them bitches off. Are you checking?
of course. He's
How do you know it's off?
before his match, he was strong. All the way down.
Oh, so his phone is Bluetooth because I was hearing it on the top. Oh, that's just dirty. Because you're not allowed to wear like noise canceling earbuds. No, Errol always wants that. Errol used to wear like sight glasses. He used to wear glasses like headphones for a while. So they told him not to like a pilot. Yeah, like complete drones. One that looked like they weighed 5 pounds. Yeah. And then he's got weights that he wears around his waist sometimes. And then he makes his cue as fat as my forearm. He doesn't look very fit. How many guys do you know that got LASIK surgery? A few. Now, are these young players that are coming up, are these guys embracing lifestyle? Because one of the things, and then,
Just changing. It used to be just a game, played at the bar. Now it's a sport. I think US.
by its later publishers,
Everybody's
you don't know
thinking
exactly what
European
they call it, or even why
and the
the oil that's chosen is occur
especially the younger
at
generation,
all.
you know, they
It
see
may be
more
because
successful
Brother Basolo was thinking
and
of a
if you're in
different
the top
book
10 right
published
now,
earlier
every
called
one of us,
Elena Labati,
we
in
try
which
our
the
best and
author
everything.
laid out 70 palm
Pretty
trees.
much
And
routine,
this
so we
section
practice,
bears
so
some
we treat
resemblance to one of those palm trees
full is boring.
that's supposition,
So
but
I think yes,
is going
that's
to
always
be
changing.
one
And
small
that's
detail that
why
I should mention is
all
that
the different ways where it
his
works.
name is
Well, it's
frequently
only
rendered
because
as
the promotions
Coso Vero,
they deserve
which
everything.
makes you think that he comes
And then
from
of course the
Córdoba in
players,
southern
but
Spain.
without the promotions,
That's
like
probably
putting these
incorrect.
events on and making them a big deal.
So here,
They wouldn't get all over YouTube, it wouldn't get all over the social media sites. But what the
Cordoba
really is
is
something
Portuguese spelling.
like they had the Hustler in the 1960s, make Cool Explode, and then they had the Color Money in the 1980s, make Cool Explode. They ate something like that, like some 2 days ago, trailer on Netflix, you haven't seen it. No, Netflix made a documentary about Haiti married her.
Largely because it
I
was
think it's about their
a
family.
generation later by the Shabbat
Yeah, I
Kodesh,
think 2 or 3
the
episodes ago.
holy Rabbi
Oh,
Kodesh.
that's good. That'll help. That'll help. It's about boxing authority.
Basically said, this was my book, the Shabbat Kodesh, and
Yeah, really?
because it was a very short
Like fishing tournaments? Like actually fisher bass tournaments or something like that. I think fishing.
That's what we're going to
Yeah, of
focus on
course.
today.
I know Shane's a big fisherman, right? He goes like trout fishing.
The book represents a new
Dakota mentality. Where you
simply that
get
of
to
what some
I
have
saw
a
it
list
today.
of books.
It's
So, of
actually kind of
course,
fun.
like to
I did it a couple years ago. I go to trout. I was getting the ice, and they use a drill to drill through the ice, so that you know exactly how much is separating you from drowning. So guys do put some kind of a tent around them, and then they get a drill. They go right into the ground, right through the ice rather, and then you have like a little net where you scoop out new ice that forms, and you just drop your line right down there in the hole. That's it's exciting when you catch one. Yeah, I did catch a couple times in a while. The problem when you can play with me
Basically ask the question,
is really
what
the
does
pool's
Kabbalah
about
have
as
to
fun
teach us
as anything.
about our
Like really good, which is
That's what
I always said the pool is like an
fundamental
unbelievable practice
premise
that can
of
appreciate it.
Torah
When you watch someone who plays
is
really
its
good,
exploration of the concept that halakha
but to an average person, you know, yeah, positional play. At least with playing in jiu-jitsu, at least people kind of get it. Oh, he's gonna break his arm. Like, oh, he's choking him. Oh, he's got to. When you watch someone play pool, you don't understand how difficult that 3-round position was to get perfect on the 4-ball. Oh my God, or when they say,
How do you know which
you just have to have a shot. Just people,
you want to do
they don't
that?
get it. They don't get it, and they never will. It's just like you're gonna have to play it to understand how hard it is what that person did. Well, I know that the top do something like that for pool. That might be the thing. You know those Top Golf guys? Do you know what Top Golf is?
It's a very long
Saying the venue is backed by investors from U.S.-based venture capital firm Sharp Advisors and the Daily Mail investment arm. DMG Ventures uses pool table balls and cues from the traditional game, but adds tracking technology and video projections to add bonus targets and obstacles in an attempt to appeal to larger groups. Bonus targets. Venues and those operated by franchise partners. Pool House plans to sell its equipment to other venues that want to update their existing pool tables. Julie Feet said, more people play a Top Golf traditional golf courses in the U.S. We aim to make it even greater impact on the world. We have a strong track record. This project I wonder how people are going to get frustrated. I wonder if it's the same. Actually, it is probably, yeah, because I, I've done it. I've played Top Golf a couple of times. I've gone to a driving range once. It was fun. I'm not good at it. Yes, everybody like fucking Jamie over here. That dude's out in the garage every day. Whacking balls. Every time I come here, he's out there whacking balls. So you realize, like, there really is, like, there's a lot of technique just to drive. It's very, very similar, probably to a range. It has to be some type of interaction, because I think really big for the Saudis get involved in Ukraine, and they start saying, okay, this tournament's for we have no, right, what's pretty good, 25 million would be better, yeah, for sure, for sure, so those guys have so much money, they can spend 25 million bucks and build it, they probably spend more than that on production. I don't know. They throw so much money around in boxing, it's kind of bananas, for sure. That's why I'm actually with Philly healthy, because they have those deals for two sports. They have a deal for boxing, right? So they have Saudi, they have boxing events. Because it's like when people talk rich people in the world, they're like, really? Because their money is in public. Like, they don't have to disclose how much money they make. They're kings. Okay? Like, they probably laugh, like, oh, silly Elon. Because he's number one. With his paltry $400 billion. He's basically, they pop. Those people, so, like, name, I think Dubois made in the 70s, he made somewhere around 70, I think that this Usyk made like 130 something, which is crazy. $1 million for a fight. That's crazy. But what do you think of pool golf that route? Just one-on-one matches. Big money like that. You ever saw
those things together. I remember a photograph of some of the graves that appear in style. There are
That's the biggest third we've ever had.
distinctive light blue
Biggest third
paint
that's like,
as sort of a
we only have so many tournaments that
prosthetic
they,
against the
those kind of money.
prophylactic
And
against
it's really difficult not to think about it when you're playing. And that's definitely the highlight of my career.
Just to give you a sense
Tough
of
thing ball.
is
I mean, it wasn't tough, but the positional play was
this
tough.
is another section of the famous graveyard spot.
Right.
And you see here right at the bottom,
So it was straight.
That's a good one for people that watch it. Like, what is this all about? Watch that one.
really the
Watch that one and know
father
that they're playing for $250,000.
oldest living Kabbalist there, with the exception of Rabbi Rothschild, a little later.
It is a lot.
Chunk that nine. It's such a I was listening to John Schmidt do commentary once. He was saying how crazy it is if you really think about it. Every other sport that involves the ball, it's like something's hitting the ball. It's like you have a bat hitting the ball, or it's like no other sport has a ball hitting the ball. And then try to be like really accurate. And making that ball
Just
Monty Sullivan play. You can't think of that sport. Of course, I mean, it's like our game. But when you got a bunch of guys like Monty,
always
30, 40 shots in a row, you're like, this is crazy.
What's really crazy about snooker is there's only
we're talking right now about
4 or 5 countries that
of
really
16th
play that.
century
It's
Kabbalah,
a lot bigger than
the way in which we understand
all this,
Kabbalah
but a
today
lot
is
more
heavily
international
dependent on.
the majors. The major have look at the last 64 list.
So
Last
that's interesting. That snooker is bigger. Like how much do they make? It's like I know we're making like gigantic money in the UK. Is it still happening, or is it dying now?
well, the majority of the tournaments are in the UK, I think, China as well. But I think really
To the biography of the
UK,
right,
China,
what we have the testimony of
over 2-3 million a
the
year.
Do you remember the scandal when gambling gets involved and you realize
a lot of the
The tournaments as well, because when take a free shot,
there's a strong geographic tradition.
they don't
So
have
you ready for the number?
but when you
Okay,
so I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I'm sure. But you don't have to get big. Some offshore accounts, especially if you're on lines, VPN. I'm not. But yeah, it's the outcasts of society. The thing about pool is, if you really get into it, you're playing it 8 hours a day. Yeah. You have to. Yeah. Lucky that your wife plays pool, which is huge as well. Because if she didn't, like, you know where to find me. Yes, I'm going to be playing. Sorry. Right? Like, you're going to ignore most of your responsibilities. It's also a tough, especially with the schedule I went up now with the year was okay. But now it's just back to back. After I get started, I have Texas on Wednesday. I'm going to Vietnam for 3 weeks. I'm going to the Philippines. The Philippines going to be back. Destruction of the vessel. For sure. I guess good. The rest of the world against sound there, right? I'm gonna get it, but that's gonna but yeah, that schedule's nuts. Yeah, that's really tough to balance, you know, pool, personal life, family is almost impossible. If you have kids, you have to take them to softball games and stuff like that. That's why I said, you want to be really good at pool, you have to be a piece of shit. Well, I don't have to. I mean, listen, obviously there's examples of people that keep it together that are really good and still have a family. You know, spend time with their family, spend time with their kids, but you're going to have to manage your time because you're going to have to get those hours. If you're not playing, like legitimately, realistically, if you want to be a top flight, world-class player, what is the minimum amount of hours that you have to play? Somebody said they have to spend 10,000 hours to get the thing. But I think the problem is complex. Get rid of your professional players. It's not just,
is a mixture of
start sparing
tiny spark of God that allows the 4 levels of existence
you have to gain experience from those starting points. It's going to take a lot of time. Yeah. But I guess it's like anything that's worth doing. You know, if you want to get good, that's one of the reasons why it's so fun. It's because you know how hard it is to do. Yeah. You know, that makes it so attractive. That's why people do this. I just always have to do something that I feel close because that, yeah, for example, Florida Open and the US Open.
Get out there and talk as much
he was on the losing end of the match that I think I probably watched the most over the last year. And if you Google it, you can find it on YouTube. Just Google perfection, and it's so smooth. Methodology is, and their training, but they against the ball, pocketing every shot, never gave a shot other than people at the beginning of the match, a long ass 2-ball. Which is crazy, and that's that guy just won the last 3 tournaments, which is so nuts about this sport, is that if the guy's winning in the break, you might not ever play. Sure, you never know. Standing there, just waiting for you. You know what I'm saying? So I don't play. You know what I'm saying? But at a world-class level, when you're doing that, people are cheering every time you talk that guy. Yeah, that's rarely happens. Yeah, he was very, very special moment, I think. That dude got the zone. If you can appreciate the zone, you gotta watch that video. If you only play pool casually. Yeah. Yeah. This is it. This is real first. This character again. Other pounds soaking wet. The Q is half his body weight. He just like gently hits everything. Just so smooth and effortless. I remember this match when you were for this match finals. You don't want to somebody make a single mistake. Just hurting your confidence. And the reality, that's what's so crazy about this guy is, and as competitive as he is, how he would follow to get out from the platoon corner. That's masterful shit. That would really I have no idea why he's got ice water in his veins, man. I'm telling you, we were talking about it's 10 to 6. And you think, oh, Shane's going to win this. He runs 5 games now on them, and they're crazy outs. Like, he starts with this, and it's cut shot 3 real positions. I'm a big fan of Cole Brothers. It's just they play so good. They play so good. And it's also interesting to me that these guys still play with those solid shafts. We were talking about that earlier. It's like technology is still shafts. Yeah, well, I don't think that's the case now. Because now, for example, I find that maybe advantageous one shaft when you're playing like a sticky movement Asia. If you need to level super high, why not? Just because, I don't know, you can move the people around easier, or at least I found it easier.
Interesting. Why easier? Because I've heard the opposite. I've heard it's carbon is a lot easier.
Not in that really. I think when we play our elementary darkness, everything breaking cloth, breaking rails, everything's slick, perfect conditions. And I think perfect. But I think that's the reason why you have to prefer wood as well, because the humidity levels over top is really, really bouncy. And that's anybody really good with carbon fiber can clean really good with wood. And just get it in your head what this cue does, the way it feels. The kind of deflection it has when it's a lot of the brain computer after X amount of months of playing with that cue, and you know what I've been experimenting with cues. Maybe not as much as you want. I've started testing cues for a company that I was working with. Rabbbi 60. We've been doing testing for 3 years, so I know everything about like the phone. The chef place, and then there's also there's so many different things. Yeah, you have to try so many things before you get to it. I remember I was going on one of my rocky hikes. You said there's a difference of about 5%. I'm like 5%? Like how do you know it's 5%? You're like all the molecules that I'm pocketed when I think about what it does, Yeah. Yeah, well, since then I was winning. Yeah, you made it to your specifications. Yeah, that's the thing about taking it to the longer shop because I have longer arms. Yeah, longer fingers. I prefer a longer taper, which doesn't really exist on the market. So we're going to the shop with a longer taper, especially for shots like off the rail. Let's say, the keyboard is 1/5 distance off the rail. That's where you feel that change.
That
The taper. We have the straight taper notion.
What is the difference in the feel? You feel differently.
For example, the vertical taper, you can feel the change of the thickness. Right. The closer you go to the fit, right. You don't have that hour gosh.
whatever it is, every
Deflection is another sign behind it that I don't know where to start.
Well, deflection, certain deflection, like Coe, because his key is automatic. Like if they hit a ball with heavy lift in English, they know it's going to go off to the right. So they hit it more full there. So they have it in their head. Right? You know, it's just like a little computer in your brain. It's like, okay, this distance, I got to aim here. This distance, I'm going to aim here.
In my case, I also have that. I also have little tiny deflection. Yeah, but when it's just too much, it gets really difficult. This
until so what the argument with that against that would be the carbon feedback is more dull. Yeah, but you don't get the same sensations. So I think those guys, the feedback in their hand is they have generally real heavy, like an 18 ounce Southwest. You see a lot of 20 ounce Southwest because they're heavy or Coca-Cola or something that's really heavy. But they have a very specific tool to South feel. And you don't get that feel with carbon. You get a different feel. So if you can get used to that different feel, it is like there's something to it. You definitely lose less off the line. Also, I mean, like I said, there's so many different environments. For example, in China, with dirty clothes. And it's very conditioned. Negative energy. I prefer number 5. Center of the keyboard is 1 kilo. Side spins 1.5. So you like the additional weight for like a shot where you have to really stay down. I just pull it through. I just simply don't have enough of my keyboard back. So I get a mixture of things. There's only a few guys. You think so? Interested? I think he was, like I said, it's a neutral Jaguar. This is good. Why would you have ribs? Yeah. Great place. Good place, yes. Got a band down there. I have a million. Something like that. But what I really want to do is basically go into the shade, play with $500,000 is a lot. And what I really offered him was to pay multiple play like a play 8 where I bought that little pocket bank on the 12. What if you just draw? You also draw and play another set. But you know what I'm saying? If you have 4 games, you have to play 3 games. I'm playing the play, so. What would you race to in each game? Be something. With it getting to 10 hours, so I think it's good for people who like to watch that, I'm sure. People casuals to watch regular pool. I watch it. Yeah. When I watched Justin, yeah, I played the guy. What's his name? Yeah, but it was close. But everybody went, it was a nice, I forget what the spot was. 11-6. Like, that guy 12-6. Not the jet. We actually played those one. How'd that go? Nice. Congratulations. Do you like one pocket? Would you prefer, or do you just play it because people like you to play?
I think I like it because it's a good gimmick. I don't like the game itself. I think the gamifications they make it you have to
Thirty seconds with extension. Yeah. Man. Because if you make it any shorter, you can go to the side. Yeah. Switching. It's really different. That's another shot that people hate. Power. Fires right in the hole. You get position on the next ball. Those things. Just they get set in their ways. So that's the thing too. It's like when it's one of it, for a sport, whether it's friend or like because it's like there's softer units like otter when it comes to the jump. It just comes down to how effortless the jump is, the jump, right? And how much how accurate have like a mental, breathe out for like 7 8 Do you do that when you're sitting in the chair, or do you like go down, or get out? So I'm gonna go to the child. Never hold on. Everything aligns, and yes, it's another preference. I feel like if you have a straight stroke, if you're straight, a stroke is straight, you'll always see where you're intending to hit. You would have to execute. He was also a bow hunter, and he realized there were certain mistakes that he was making. A lot of people are making bow hunting that had to do with empty point pull the trigger, and that the way to work around that is to have a pre-shot routine in your mind where you're talking to yourself loudly in your head. Scared to be the ball. It's the same thing. It's an art.
last 60. I just know that I'm down. I know that shot clock is running. No way. Hey, this kid get up. This kid get up. And then, what do you do when that's over? Again, I gotta make sure that mindset never creeps in, like straight practice. Yeah, but it worked for him. Cute, actual, real visualization when you're really sitting counts almost as much as practice. And in some cases more. And no one knows why. Well, visualization is really big. If you can only visual, it is. Sometimes, and again, I'm not a good player. I'm half-assed. But sometimes I execute. There's like this thing in my head that like right when I'm about to aim, like right when I'm about to pull the trigger, my head goes, don't hit it there, hit it here. Like, okay. And I do it and I miss. I'm like, why did you change where you were gonna hit it? Like last minute, what the fuck is that? I've been playing for 30 something years, but sometimes that works. And you're like, I'm glad I did that. Yeah, rarely. Most of the times I miss. And most of the times when I change where I'm gonna hit last second, I miss. We all do. Yeah, or when is accurate. It's this weird thing, but that's why I love pressure. It's its own thing. It's very different than any of those other things. You cannot overplay it. What I lived in New York, it was like you're spending more time playing pool than you are in your career. Fuck, he's right. He's right. I took a year off. I played for a whole year. LA. That's like the brain falls into this, but it's not really. What it's really about is sinking your mind. That's where the true joy comes in. Sinking your mind to something and then executing it to perfection. I think it's
came to lifting weights, there's a mess to it. Also, the enjoyment from developing the skill, and you just know how hard it is. So, together, I really wish more people would appreciate. I wonder how many people are still listening to this podcast. Because they're just regular people. They're like, is he gonna fucking talk about pool with this guy for 3 hours? And then, yep, just throw one of them entirely at pool. But for pool players, there's a lot of people that get it. It's not like anything else. It's in this weird world of non-physical things, in this weird world of virtual things, of playing video games, and of being connected with computers, which is all very, very fun. I think a lot of people forgot how satisfying, for example, market is they start out with computer clubs in the same building. Like a computer cafe type of thing. So huge ones that have full rooms with hundreds of big. Oh wow! Vietnam right now is probably the most polluted country in the world. Wow! How was the first picture we had in Vietnam 3 years ago? I had no idea or any expectations going into the event. But I will listen to it. I had some fans because on Facebook, like 40% of my followers are from Vietnam. Which always weird. 40%? Yeah. No. So
Well, he's done.
Right. Yeah, those guys are making English.
So the question for those who are
So it's down to the gloss on the ball moves slower, right? They hit the ball really hard. Is that because of the rounded edges? Like, you know, kind of like a Russian pyramid.
especially when it gets
Well, there's that one shot where in the side pockets we can push through the nipple on the side pocket. Crazy. The competition is really high there because there's so many players and so many sports in China that just try to, I would say started like 10 years ago. That's crazy. Something about that. That emerges 10 years ago. So this is only, we're talking about 2015, something along. So that emerges 10 years ago. And Vietnam emerges 3 years ago. Vietnam is moving. Maybe I just found it out. Maybe it started. So let's imagine that's 10 years as well. That's still nothing. That's not that long though. You know, like, so it gives me hope that something similar can happen in America. I don't think so. I think that what about the social media. It's just, they don't have any communication. Oh, it's just starting to, yeah, they're starting to break down. Small table, big pockets, this is easy. But this, if you miss, like if you get out of line, if you miss, the game's over. Yeah, you guys are going to run out. That's additional pressure. Yeah, all the clusters and everything's all cluttered up together. Right. You can't fall, so you gotta figure out a way to bubble it.
There's also Safari.
Conversation. I was like, okay. When you play handball, it's like they change with measuring being a ball thing because they push the ball. Yeah, well, right. Luck factor's huge. You know, when you watch a guy shoot and he hits the rail and it bounces through, if you're sitting there, if you're in the chair and you were hoping, oh, he missed, it's my chance. No. And that's luck is part of it. They win. Someone misses an easy shot that's out and makes it out of the break. So it's like, fuck, make sure you fuck up the pool gods to you all the time. They do. If you miss ball, it's kind of weird how oftentimes like you have to sit in the chair for a few racks because the guy just gets a bunch of like really off lucky breaks. This is terrible. Sure. Assignments to it, and I can't miss, and you're in stroke. You're firing balls and you're playing really well. It's like you're putting positive energy. But when you're down and you feel
like shit, and you're like, God damn it, I can't catch a break. You're stuck behind two walls. You're like, God damn it. This always happens. I often wonder,
You know where he lives now?
did you manifest this? Are you manifesting good luck with positive energy? That's what I do. I wonder. That's what I do. I mean, I'm always trying to be positive because I think there is a bit. I think there's a real benefit, like a real world, unmeasurable benefit that would probably it's the same sort of principle. There's no one's figured out how to put it on.
Okay, so my
Going on. Yeah. And scratch his head and go, oh no. And sit down, you know your pre-shot routine. Like, what are the things you're saying to you that are not going your way?
the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to
Have you ever thought about what Vandenberg knows what he says? While you're watching your opponent play, what is what's a good feeling? What's like give me one scripted one.
manuscripts.
Probably pretty
A
accurate. So,
oh,
the actual song I got.
you can see that
Yeah,
this
even though
is
I
first draft.
here it is. I can't type that from the
Title.
What kind of
Maybe
Years, going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie, the television show Big Brother?
I've heard about.
All right, well, it's basically the story. Make sure that you have generational wealth, and most importantly, I want right
And stuff like data, it has a value. They're valuable, right?
it is to AI.
Pay for it.
AI models that do endorsements, be extremely influential, extremely famous. I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts. I'm the most archived human in global history. I literally have the last 3.5 years archived. So I have perhaps uh, a time capsule for human society. That's archived. They may agreement, but they don't. So, like, there are some people who stream their life, and that's cool.
Ask you how many streaming devices.
Point of view.
I talk about things to help the world, in addition to worlds in developing nations like Nigeria.
You got 100 mil.
No, I don't have $100 million. The cryptocurrency is worth $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wealth in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the life shelf program technology where we pump seawater onto the land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Great, man.
Yeah, what is the Santa Claus machine?
It's essentially, so I put it in there. It's essentially a replicator in the periodic table. Just creates something with plastic like you do with 3D printing. So in 50 years as well. I talk about things like invisibility. I talk about things like space travel, space tourism, terraforming other planets. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years to mind-blowing goal. Additionally, the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo recently made headlines with their direwolf project, where they created 3 direwolves. Joe Rogan has actually met these direwolves. It's absolutely fascinating what they're doing, and I'm archiving it. You want, with your consent, with technology, things like peptides, oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, red light therapy, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, uh, uh, but at 120, you might say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. Everything that you said came true. My wife did, but my body's starting to break down. I'm 100 doesn't have to happen if you don't want it to, but you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. When we scan your brain into a computer, CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, to later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being.
How do you feel about the Neuralink?
I'm a major advocate of it. I think it's phenomenal. The first Neuralink implantee, a man named Nolan Astro. I don't know if you've seen his story, but he's a quadric man who basically can use a model aimer in his head. He can play video better than you or I can. I think that's fascinating. Since then, they put in the second one the next year, brain caps. It's like a swim cap that you put on that allows you to have the same effects as a Neuralink without it being implanted in you. So instead of being a BCI, a brain computer interface, it's essentially wireless. And that way, if something goes wrong with it, you can take it off. They don't have to drill into your skull. And aside from being slightly slower, it has all of the same benefits. How do you live in Pimp? How do you live in Pimp?
They literally made a fucking South Park episode after motherfuckers like you. Stop talking.
Cool, man.
You don't know shit.
Cool, man.
You know, you're surrounded by 10 fucking computers.
Cool, man.
There's probably Dorito bags and mountain bottles laying dormant around your bed. Shut the fuck up.
Yep.
It's your life.
I really enjoy
Holy
your story.
shit.
Dog,
Like,
you
you're pathetic.
you've got
Look at
you've got a really great story.
Jesus Christ,
You've got a really great story. How'd you find out about me, buddy? From all kinds of people. I just let them just rolls off me like water off a duck's back. I'm online 24 hours a day. So can you imagine the kind of people?
Yeah, I can't imagine.
There you go. So that's what I do with my life. You can watch me 24 hours a day whenever you want. And I do it for world peace. Hope that
For world peace.
word, dog. I hope that answers any questions that you may have.
You should, have you ever thought
South is as far north as Santa Barbara, west as the Pacific. A lot of it's just
that's what you gotta have, man? You should try to get because
uh,
people just come to your stream and then you're here laying on the bed. It's easy to find to talk to you, I guess. But aside from moments, if anybody is afraid to come to your find your Discord and talk to you, it makes it a lot more difficult.
100%. I understand that.
Like to watch.
I get that.
I'm trying to give you tips, dude.
Thank you for the advice. I have a lot of interviews. What I do in my interactions with other people. So I do have a lot of that content. 1,900 people into this server.
You do have 1,900 people.
Absolutely. And it's organic, meaning tensions, and then they end up telling their friends, this person is fascinating.
True. Well, I'll definitely have to go more.
Absolutely.
And I come check you out.
Absolutely. Hey, my friend, thank you so much for being so about I'm here to be a positive person. I'm here to have an optimist. People hope. And if there's anything you ever need and you need someone with him to speak, I'm here for you. Okay, my friend?
All right, brother. Take care. Thanks for the interview and stuff.
Absolutely. Peace, my friend. Thank you for your advice.
Later, man.
Peace.
Her on our show is on like yeah. The station manager. Yeah, they didn't care. What's is it? Did you like being down there? A big rodeo going on, which is something else, boy. I don't know. Action-packed people. I'll tell you that. Yes, we are, my friend.
You read it, right? You're like, what is it like when you have to learn English? How much of a weird?
Said this book, Tomer Devorah, is so amazing. I'm now going to include all of it in my book, the Shalach HaKodesh, and because it is a very short book, the entirety of Tomer Devorah is all the entire initiative of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds towards ethical development, classics,
Check it out.
Try my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day.
Super negative. It's the particular genre. By the Rothschild. Which is beautiful with Kabbalah as the launching pad, ethical concept. Kabbalah is an exploration of the concept for halakha is Rothschild.
Is a real good argument for the best player in the world. And if you're the best player in the world, I think you got my vote. If you're the best player, which one? That three right kid. I did say that. Yeah. I mean, it is number. It's a number kid. He wasn't as situated. He wasn't a heel, right? Like against Earl, right? So it's obviously it's much different. But the kick that I might was sure. When he came over here, they changed the whole game. Jose Carrico. It's amazing.
Exactly the
Yeah,
proper
that's the one.
no God so that you
If they
can
have
know how to
everywhere to go.
Ever come in here? Sometimes I'm asleep, which happens, I know. Sometimes I'm not asleep. Just make sure to. What's good, Rufus? Welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Wow, lots of friends. How are you all?
Hello.
Hope you're doing well. All right, Mr. Aquarius, get it. All right, that's 8. Are you going to get this? Oh, no doubt. Okay, 9. That's good.
You get this one. You got it.
That's a spare.
Yeah, good there.
Oh. Get this.
Rabbi got it.
Man. Get it.
Hey, Rabbi.
I'll take it. A win is a win. I win. You win. Get one here so that I get one.
Alright. That's right. Come on, Rabbi.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good. You did good stuff.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. We've got this.
Nice.
Nice bear.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
All right. I'm gonna get this. No doubt.
Yep.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right.
I can't do it. No.
Get this.
I do this.
Get this. Get this spare. Get one of them. All right. You got it. All right.
Bye. Bye.
3 strikes in a row. Come on. All right, well, let's get a spare.
Yes, for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good morning, God willing.
God will. That's right. I ain't going to sleep where I fall over. Right. Have you noticed? It'll get a lot. Then I'll be, and then I cut down, but I still can hear somebody say the N word real loud, and I had to cut it down. And then I was like, oh my God, now they got people here now. But I have seen lots coming too. And then they be talking about rabbi, and they be trying to call, get you. And I'm like, I know rabbi's not going nowhere. I don't know in my head. I'm like, because I had myself on mute. I be just listening to them. I'm like, I know rabbi is not going nowhere. So why is y'all mad? I want to go call. My ain't gonna come out today. So they're not going to kick him out. That bully that be saying that you're good, Rabbi. Hey, I don't know what's wrong with you. Good night.
Good night.
because the conditions, people who don't know or don't play pool, okay, if you're made like a board game, those pockets might be 5 and a half inches. Also, US people are playing 7-foot tables, right? Yeah, more, sure. And 9-foot tables, and the pockets are 4 inches. And so when you get 2 cue balls, you try to put them next to each other and just, you can't even get them close to sticking them in a 4-inch bucket. It's really tight conditions. And I think there's better players now than I've ever seen in my life. I haven't watched pool for 35 years, playing pool for 35 years. I've never seen better players than play today. And I think you're best today. So, my book makes you the best of all time. Well, like you said, the conditions are completely different. Yeah, it's changed within the last decade. Yeah, you know, we went to Virginia Bridge for my
Yo.
spot.
How are you?
So all the people that don't play pool go, what the fuck are they talking about? We're talking about professional pool.
Of refugees from Portugal, and he spoke Portuguese. And
How was your day?
Being essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly. We don't know whether he was possible.
Okie doke. All right, well, I'm gonna get some shut eye. Sweet dreams.
But they were sort of like, I like to think of that generation sort of like being related to chronologically, I see already.
Yeah, because I'm on break books. Yeah. When you were showing me today how to break that way, I was like, oh, that's so crazy. Like, you have to hit it with draw, and you have to aim towards the back ball. Wow. Yeah, when you really say, oh, you got the NCAA, yeah, it's an insanely competitive game now. And shout out to Matchroom, right? Because Matchroom with the zone, they've done an amazing job with boxing and a bunch of other sports. But what they're doing with pool is crazy. So there's so many events. It's all over. You can get it on Worldwide Bowl Tour. It's WNT.tv, right? Yeah, that's the website. I think they get up to there. It's amazing. It's amazing. And then there's also their Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, which has tons of stuff on for free. It's like elevating temperature and they are there by pool is where it's at today, you know, versus where it was 5 years ago. It's huge. I have friends who send me videos now. Like people tell me to find videos on TikTok or on Instagram. You know, on social media. You know, I do on social media. I'm a filmmaker that follows me everywhere. You know, trying to film as much stuff. It was very funny when you did New York City or in Atlantic City or other when you went to the pool on under skies. Yeah, that was making a mission. I think it was pretty cheap, but you could do a lot better, especially when we went up to Asia. You know, you can't sneak around in any pool hall ever for me. Make me look like a grandpa or something. Okay. Like you have to get in disguise. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the disguises are really good today. Have you ever seen those CIA disguises that they use? So apparently, this is a story. Apparently, and this was told to me by someone who I really trust. Obama was having a meeting with someone in one of the rooms in the White House. And he's in the middle of having his meeting with men before and had conversations with before. And then they inform him, Mr. President, we just want to let you know this is not who you think you're talking to. We just wanted to demonstrate how good the special effects makeup is and masks are. This is not that person. And he was like, what? Confirm this. I don't have Obama's number. I'm like, call him up and go, bro, is that real? Yeah, but I believe it's real because I've seen up close, like really, it's like when Tony Hitchcock does Kill Tony. Sometimes they have makeup artists that dress people up and make them different people. Like they did Biden one, and Kyle Dunnigan played Elon Musk. And I didn't even recognize him. I was like, who's this guy? This is a weird guy. Like, acting weird. And like, that's Dunnigan playing Elon Musk. I was like, no way. And right in front of him, I thought it was Elon Musk. Like weird guy. But it didn't look like him. It didn't look like a person. It didn't look like a guy in makeup. It didn't look like a mask. It looked like a real person. It just was weird looking. It's like, this is crazy. Yeah, that's what we should do. Really good. That thing, like Vietnam or Philippines, you gotta work on that voice, though, son. You can rush all day with that voice. I know. I can only be like undercover. I don't know. Yeah, somebody. And for people that don't know how most. Well, it's just, yeah, we should be the number one in the world. We should be the number one all the time. It's like long reasons are really what's up, right?
Well, it's by the rankings. By the rankings. We have not with midterm. It's 2 years of prize money combined throughout all tournaments.
But I think the real matches that you play where you really get to see who's the best, and this is all for like hardcore pool nerds. The real ones, like the one you did with Shane, was like 3 days, race to 40 each day, 120 games total. That way, there's no questions. Now, after 3 days, that 120 games of pool, possibly 239 games of pool.
That's how almost won the first time we played. I lost the first time. That's right. I lost 120 to 160. I was down and up and down. And last night I was up by almost 15 games. I remember he came back and beat me.
Yeah, it was super impressive. But it was even more impressive you coming back the next year and steamroll you. Like you won by quite a few games. How much you win by?
By 42, I think.
42 games is crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
78.
And that was for. Did you advertise how much that money was being? We were gambled.
Well, people were advertising it was for 50, but it was a little bit more.
So how much other people chiming in, throwing money in?
Yeah. Myself.
So you don't want to say the actual total? I mean, because you're lying to the IRS, which as a new citizen, I would say don't do that. So yeah, we don't lie. Oh no, you're gonna get. You I don't think you were a citizen last time. You were great.
No, but it's in the
Great cut. Oh, okay. When do you have to do the no citizen?
I think you have to be a permanent for 5 years, and then you can apply to follow certain rules. So you have to stay in the U.S. for 6 months of the year out of the calendar year each year.
Well, you better stay away from Home Depot because those things getting crazy. Yeah, they're snatching people up left and right.
That could be right.
Could be Texas. Well, you gotta play. That's weird that you're not a citizen, but still you get to play for the Moscone Cup. That's kind of crazy.
Well, Metro changed the rules as soon as I got the green card, and I wasn't able to play the official tournament like that.
Right, because you were Russian. Yeah. So, which is really crazy. It was really weird.
Yeah, when you think about it, even the first ban that we got, the first ban happened because of hockey players. WIDA about anti-doping association banned all the Russian athletes, doesn't matter what sport you're in.
What? Really? Oh, so it had nothing to do with the war. The first one that was before the war was 2018 or 19. All Russian athletes could be in, all Russian athletes could be anywhere. That played World Cup football, I remember, in the UK.
So that's sort of like the history
We're
stuff.
still able to compete and play one now after the anywhere.
The
Wow.
actual ideas.
Wow. You know what's interesting? It never stopped the UFC. Like, not only do Russian fighters fight in the UFC, but they're celebrated, no one cares.
Because they're not under the Olympic committee, I think.
Well, they're definitely not. It's a professional sport.
Well, that's what happened with Metro doing to its private company,
we have to
right?
practice
Not
on that.
federation
Let's write some
or
autobiography
association. They're just a private company, and they
We
basically
also
make their own
have
rules.
the
I was just glad that they didn't make it political. I'm like,
collective
right?
purchase all his manuscripts.
Fucking this guy is out there causing trouble. Like, he's just a fighter. He's just a professional MMA fighter. You know, this is what he does. And let's think about that. Let's not think about what these other people are doing that are in the same country as him. It's not him. Yeah. So the USA didn't care. Like, they let a bunch of, like, for the entire time of the war, Ukrainian guys and Russian guys fighting in the same court sometimes.
Well, I'm glad that just, Metro went out of their way to make an offer to me and say,
But it is a
the United
60
States at the time, we were playing the US Open in Atlantic City 2 years ago, or was it 10 years ago?
There's a strong
And the crowd is cheering for me up there in the United States already. Everybody's treating me like I'm one of their own. And now it's obviously completely different. If you watch the US Open from last week, everybody's supporting me, everybody's cheering for me.
Well, that's just the cool thing about America is
is that it's a nation of immigrants. It's like you can come over here and just say, I'm American now. And everyone's like, all right. Try that in Poland. They're like, you're not Polish. You're not out here. There's a lot of countries like that. They're like, no, you're not one of us. But America's like, we don't have like a nationality. We're all kinds of shit. So anybody can come over here and it's, if you do it the right way, I think it's great. I'm really glad with the way you welcome me. Yeah, but that's not the way you play. You know, there's a thing in pool. Kids, when people play a lot and people really into pool, it's almost like that's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is how good you play. You know, you ever read that book, McGrady? It was a Robert Burns book on a guy who lived during the Depression, who was a billiards hustler, traveled around the country. There was a scene in it where they were looking at the television and Nixon was on TV. And he was looking at that guy, President of the United States, and he can't make a ball. Isn't that funny? Because you and I know what that means. Like that in the pool world, that really means something. Like if you can't play at all, like which really can't play. It's real. Weird. You're playing better now than ever before. You're like on the top of my career at 25. Yeah, come on, you're in your prime. I think I'm talking about prime. Match in the finals. What is that guy's name? Michael. Yeah, so I was watching some of those and I was like, Jesus, like, it doesn't get better than that. Like, 4-inch pockets, tight competition, really good player, a lot of pressure, everybody's there, single elimination at that point. You just can't help, man. Yeah, the pressure is really high. Sometimes you can watch it on TV, you don't see the emotions. Oh, I get it, I'm sure. You're ricocheting sometimes, you're backhand shaking. Sometimes. Everybody wants to play like that. Everybody wants to play like that. If they don't like watching someone play perfect, that's crazy. It's fun to watch. Like Mohamed Sufi, that guy, he gives me anxiety. Yeah, very sidearm, barely holding onto the cue, and he just fires. Strokes. And he's just getting out from everybody. Yeah, those guys are fun to watch. But what do we hear?
sure. It's better to have your style. Or coping chunk style, BE style, like shot clock is brutal. Shot clock is a game changer for sure. That's how, because you're gonna make the decision basically right off the chair. With your chair, you're in the window because you only have 30 seconds for an extension per rack. That's what gives you an extra 30 seconds. And sometimes the pressure I think the Derby's a little bit better than your dad's good. That's very, very respectful. People give like you make a really good shot, though. Be in great position, no clown. But as soon as you shoot it, well, everybody gets one out. It's going to cut up. Those rules are off the table. And 95% of the crowds. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. But a healthy alternative exists. The Farmer's Dog. They make fresh food for dogs. Nutritionist. Or experts on dog nutrition. Dogs kept at a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years. Really arguing our point here. But yeah, I thought the guy was so breaking. And the rules state that you gotta make your best effort to make your force will break. So that's really subjective, and it's up to the referee to make that great, I guess. For example, juniors or girls, you make the rules the same for them. It's a good, well, you don't.
playing guys, right? Well, girls are playing girls. Well, yeah, but no, we didn't change the term. Oh, right. Well, girls, you'd have to have an exception. But you would just change it, just like, well, so whatever the speed is, like, what's a good break speed? Like, what do you think you break at? Like, Bustamante's prime was like 30 miles an hour. Well, back in the day it was different. Back in the day, everybody was breaking over 20, 23, 24, 25. Bustamante had the craziest break. Yeah, Bustamante. When he would let the cue go out of his fingers and then throw his whole body, his timing was crazy. Everyone. Yeah, that's so hard. Be accurate. Do that. Oh yeah, I don't know. That's the most insane. Hit this one ball square on the face, and it breaks like 10 balls. Because when you more quickly, it has to be. He made a ball, and then the opponent gets to shoot. Like that's the case. Yes, I agree. But that's another simple solution. That's better than what we have now. Yes, I think the radar is the way to go. Yeah, the radar. Chain. Even in 9-ball, when he has to cut break, keeper. It's really all the cut. She got you. That's big fucking deal. Breaks. I don't know. And it doesn't even look like he's trying that hard. Because he had to do it. He's just last time. Bridge. They were great. People, that's one thing about daters. You want hard breaks. And, people want it from like the color of money. Tom Cruise breaks and Paul Nolan goes, who's that kid with the sledgehammer break? The way you just did with me, explain it to me. This is the first time that I had anybody explain to me that particular break. I'm like, it's not risky. You're not like gambling. The only thing you're gambling with is the balls going across the table. But it seems like you guys kind of have that mostly worked out. Well, that's the thing. Everybody on the tour is figuring out the break really fast. You change the form of the players will figure it out. You're traveling all over the world playing. Like that's the part of the game that has always been the most fun because there was for a long time, gambling was thought to be negative for professional pool. That's not the case anymore. Well, it could be. It could be. Sure, because you're bringing in shady people. For sure. Well, if you're gambling $100,000, where'd you get it? Where'd you get it? You know, Bob the drug dealer came over it. You know, he wants stake. I mean, if I win, I get 40%. But that's what Shane. That's what's with Shane. It's all. A small group of people. It's basically just, you go like high-level gambling in pool. Yeah, there's a lot of shady characters. Does anybody ask for like giant spots or anything like that? Well, you gotta do good. Yeah, like I definitely play better now than I played 2 years ago. You play way better than because you're the best player in the world. You're getting better. That's one of the coolest things in any game or any sport, anything, is that, and especially today, because there's so much data that's available. Like, say, if you're a young player and you're learning how to play, except what is that thing? Yeah. And so a 4-minute mile or running up the leader, we're all and this yeah, for sure. You know, we're all yeah, your back was fucked up, and your neck was fucked up. We brought you a place to unlock something. Yeah, it didn't help. It didn't help for like 6 to 8 months about the way my pre-measured basically, you know, my upper back. So in certain workouts, it takes some pressure off my neck. My neck is what I really feel it, like my upper back, shoulders. Probably have a heavy head. That's what it is. Yeah, maybe MRIs, and I did have like a multi disc, C4, C5. Yeah, and started to progress. It was getting worse. Nothing happened. Rush over it. I think I'm reaching out to you. And, harness and you like pull it on your door and you suck and you start to get these weird pains and decompression to your And shotgun brings us up more and more to the now. Yeah. And I'm sure that issues. 2022, I do have a yeah, some stuff. Cobra just the thing, man. It just alleviates so force yourself to do it first in the morning. It sucks every day, but if you just do it, get out of it. Sometimes you don't do it with okay, about how people like a type of what it doesn't and for whatever reason, Willie Hawk used to prefer that kind of back then they didn't have power steering, so you have to think it's probably really difficult to steer them. See, if I don't know Willie Hawk, yeah, the weirdest sidearm, totally sidearm, keep exactly. It's like these guys start playing when they're 5 years old, and they can't really reach the table. Just like Muhammad Saleh. Yeah. Just weird, right? Yeah. Taking yours. Wow. Once you figured out how to do it consistently. There's so many different variations. It's common. If you practice just hundreds of hours, so it wouldn't really matter. Like you can play by the book, but at the end, it all looks yours to own with DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's something special for first timers. New customers bet and get $300 in bonus instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code customers get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, you call 877 open Y or text open Y 467 and call 888-79-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, 18 eligibility varies by jurisdiction. In Ontario, bonus bets expire 7 months. For additional terms on responsible gaming rates. /. Like Shane. Nobody played like it. Yeah. It's interesting. It's like there's a lot of things like that. You're repeatable. You can do it over and over and over again. There are no rules. No, I mean, they are written in the book. But how could you say that like Shane Van Noy was doing it wrong? That exactly made any sense. I mean, he's probably won more tournaments than anybody ever. Right? That's of all time. I mean, that's a good question. We were just talking about it this morning, I think. Shane is definitely one of the Shane. It might be Shane. Shane might be the greatest of all time. I mean, that's what Jeremy Jones is, the greatest of all time. Yep. That's his pick. It's, what's crazy to him, too, is the deaf aspect. That he hearing aids off when he plays. That must be amazing. That should be illegal with him. I mean, it should be. You say lemons, yeah, lemonade. I know our deaf. That's fucked up. It is, but it's, that's the advantage you get, so you can shut the bitches off. Yeah, I guess. Come on, man, you can't check and see if he has it on. Shane. Do you think we're not checking? We are checking. Are you checking? Of course. They say things to it all. How do you know when he has it on? Because just before his match, he goes to his phone and puts them all the way down. Oh, so his phone is Bluetooth. So his hearing aid is Bluetooth. Oh, yeah, he can control my phone. Oh, that's dirty. He was wearing headphones for a while, so they finally went on to like complete noise canceling headphones. One that look like they weigh 5 pounds. Yeah. He's got weights. He wears around his waist sometimes. He's definitely a character. He puts weights on his elbow. So I think Rothschild is actually like mine. And Earl is like in sixties. So he's probably the oldest guy that's like playing competitive. Yeah. Now, are these young players that are coming up, are these guys embracing like a healthier cocaine? More successful. Well, it's only the promotions. They deserve everything. Of course, the players, but without the promotions, like putting these events on, it ain't no big deal. They wouldn't get over YouTube. It wouldn't get over social media sites. What pool really is
fishing, like fishing tournaments, like Fisher Mania. It's like bass tournaments or something. He goes lake trout fishing. That's good. Oh my god, that was amazing. We're witnessing get to set that have a shot. Just people and they never will. It's just you're gonna have to play it, understand how hard it is with that person, unfortunately. So what we need is more people play. More people play, then more people would watch. I sometimes quite much. Well, I know it's well, they're gonna set something out. Where they have now, I don't think it's going to be a bunch of people just breaking the rules. You know, like because that's what they're doing when they're doing the top golf. Driving the ball, right? I don't know what their idea of plays for people to play. And they're correct. It's probably an untapped business. People are always looking for something fun to do on date nights. Yeah, so what they do in China, for example, or somewhere, especially in Asia, they put like a projector above the table, and it gives you like all kinds of different games and interactions while you're playing. Was saying the venue is being backed by investors, including U.S.-based venture capital firm Sharp Alpha Advisors and Daily Mail investment arm. DMG Ventures uses pool tables, balls, and cues from the traditional game, but adds tracking technology and video. Bonus. They want to update their existing. It's like whacking a golf ball. It's really fun. Yeah, you get bridge, you're holding your hand funny, and it's like moving weird in your arm. And I wonder how many people are going to get frustrated at Top Golf a couple of times. I've gone to a driving range once. It was fun. I'm not good at it. Yeah, but like fucking JD over here. That dude's out in the garage every day. Whack balls and everything. He's out there whacking balls. They realize like there really is like there's a lot of just to drive. It's very similar, probably to a shot. That might be it. It has to be some type of interaction, but I think they start saying this tournament's for $3 million. We have not much money. They can spend $25 million and do like nothing. They probably spend more than that on production. Yeah, you gotta get a little money involved, son. Just throw some money around. It's like when people talk about the richest people in the world, they're like, really? Because their money, like they don't have to disclose how much money they're kids. You probably laugh like, oh, silly Elon thinks he's number one, $400 billion. Yeah. To those people, so like they more than $100 million in his last defense. He made somewhere around 70. I think they made like 130 something, which is crazy. $130 million. Bananas. Joe Hill for $100 million. Not could you imagine? I was shooting out that one for yeah. What illustrated? Yeah. That was crazy. I mean, it was a crazy match. It's Kachi. Yeah, the world championship finals. And him Hill first. Yeah, it was Hill. I mean, that's the biggest third we've ever had. Right. Biggest third I've ever had. You know, we only have so many tournaments that pay those. And it's really difficult not to think about it. Yeah, that's definitely tough. I don't like her hearing. It's tough anymore. I mean, it wasn't tough, but the positional point. I have to go up. I was straight and you pressure yourself with that's what they're playing for $250,000. And second place, that are good, so it was $150,000. That's a lot. It is a lot. For one night. So that's why that's the beautiful thing. But everything. Chunk that night. So this is the deal. It's such a clearly a or like making that ball move around and get perfect for the next ball. That's like one of the best baseball it is, but obviously spiritual sense. Like you're hitting, we're not going to go there. Let's focus on the ball. No, I don't think it's embarrassed. I think when you get the guy who's really good, who plays ancient period, I think it's really difficult. Comes to like how difficult is it to execute the shot is actually fairly rare. Even the shot is very thinner, but still having the right outfit. I think the game itself just all shots here. Clothes had to be washed in advance. That sort of ritual washing. So bad. Once you got like running, and he doesn't miss. Like 30, 40 shots in a row. You're like, this is crazy.
crazy about soccer is there's only 64. That's 20 different countries.
Where's it died down?
שקר החיים בהבל
That's
היופי,
about it. A few years
אישה
players.
יראת השם תתקבל.
And they
Reality
make
charm.
the top guys. They make all 2-3 million a year.
Do you remember the scandal? There was a scandal with one of the players years back where they got him on hidden camera
It seems
saying
that
that he
on
didn't want to dump the match.
a
Oh yeah, there
great
was a
deal
lot
of
of Chinese guys
celebration,
got back
especially
for
coming
oh
after the
really
9th
for
of which
Trump in the match.
there's sadness the 15th of August release.
When gambling gets
Going
involved,
out into
and
torture.
you realize, like, if you get your friends to bet on the other
So,
guy,
That's the problem.
Tomorrow,
I
after
guess
this mission,
eating
discusses
used to be
six
one of the thirds.
historical events
Money are not
so
big.
days
yeah,
that justified it for this particular celebration. Let's go through those. I've reordered them slightly to make sure they are in chronological order.
Take a free
Because
shot.
it's generally like to
Yeah.
kind of linear fashion. So first of all,
yeah.
the tribes were
That's
allowed to
unfortunate. But is that
intermarry.
part of the
It's
thing
called the
about
discussion
having
of
to go
God
with the goal?
when they go
Because I doubt that people
Moses and
play
say,
golf
we
and don't
want
have
to
a purpose.
have our inheritance, our fathers do not have any
Because there's so much
sons, but
money on the line.
we should inherit as well. So there's discussion
Yeah,
there
they don't have to.
that yes, they
But
would
when you-
inherit,
The
but in order
difference
to
between
keep
like
the
winning
tribal
and losing
distinctions
is so
intact, they would
huge,
marry
and then
within their
you
own
can gamble
tribe.
on it.
But this
And then
presupposes
your friends.
that they
My
had
friends
been
like,
allowed to marry outside of their tribes.
yeah, I'm gonna make sure I lose.
That
Like,
being allowed
it's
to marry
easy to make
outside the
money that
tribes
way.
would
Yeah,
have been
but also I'm pretty sure they're always
Secondly,
investigating.
it was a day in which the Jews wandered into the desert.
I'm
who
sure.
were old enough to have
But you don't
known
have to do
Egyptian
that.
servitude
You don't have to.
finally
And you
stopped dying off.
Some offshore accounts.
Who were born in the desert. And of course, the
Gambling from Vietnam.
spies who spoke favorably around Israel
But
were
yeah,
able to go into
that's
the
the
land of
problem.
Israel. So the day on which there were no more deaths,
Shaky businesses,
that was
man.
the 15th of Av, and the celebration.
But that's also kind of the fun part.
It was the date of
These
the
places were kind of shady.
reintegration of the tribe of Benjamin
They're
after
they're like
their
the
exclusion from
the
the body
outcasts
politics
of
of
society. You know, if you go and watch like the
people as
finals
described
of the
in
Florida
Chapter
Open and
21
look at the crowd,
Judge
there's a lot of outcasts in there. A lot
Well,
of
the
Android
story there
phones.
mentioned
Yeah, it's a lot of outcasts.
quite some time
There's a lot of people who spend a giant chunk of their life in pool rooms. And
Fourth,
the thing about
ahead
pool is,
quite a
if you
bit
really
now
get into it, you're playing it 8 hours a day.
for the call.
Yeah.
Went to Shea
Yeah.
Benzela,
It's
the guards that were
It's the only way.
preventing
Yeah,
Israelites
and it makes
more
a
than
giant
of
difference.
Israel, which had
And a lot of people
split
fall in
the
love with
southern
it.
kingdom of Judah. He removed the guards that prevented the Israelites from making their way down
I was
into
playing my
Judah
electric
and
that
to
was
make
a pilgrimage
pilgrimage
before
to
you
the
kind of
holy
have to
city
be a piece of shit.
Under earlier king
Because
Rothschild,
this is why you don't have to. I mean, obviously you're not. You know,
Israelites making their way down to Jerusalem.
you're lucky that your wife
Finally
likes that,
lifted
which is huge as well. Because
Number five,
like,
this is
where to find
getting
me?
forward
is
another
playing.
800-900 years.
Sorry, right? Like you're gonna ignore most of your responsibilities.
During the
It's also
Bartolo
really
Valley,
cool.
Really,
which was totally
personal life, especially
by the Romans,
the
they had
schedule that we have now, like the first half of the year was okay.
there was one final battle at a place like Beit,
After they started
and
Texas
the
Open
Romans
stuff,
were so incensed at the difficulty that the Bartolo rebel
for 3
not allow
that's like
their But also memorialized
You have to take them to softball
this
games and stuff
date,
like
the 15th, because it's
I mean, listen,
summer solstice.
obviously there's examples of people that are still have a family.
The days get shorter,
Admittedly,
and so therefore
realistically,
this was a
if you want to be a top
celebratory day.
20 world class player, what is the minimum amount of hours you think you have to play a day? I think somebody said
Those are the historical
hours.
reasons to put that on.
Yeah, I think it's probably
Because that would predate the Clark revolt by the time
because
Clark rebelled, the temple
it's
was
really
destroyed.
good if you're looking
So
for like a
that's
top
the
professional
6
player. It's not just
historical events that are associated with this
people have to
particular
start
day.
traveling to play tournaments.
That's interesting.
Start playing.
Right.
It's very much somebody. Sparring, yeah. And then you have to gain experience from the tournaments. It's gonna take a long time. Yeah, and but I guess that's like anything that's worth doing. You know, if you want to get good, that's one of the reasons
Since
why
we're
it's so
just
fun.
about to begin
Because you know what
the amazing holiday of Passover,
You
I
know,
thought
it's
I'd
easy
take
to master.
a few minutes every day and just offer
Pick it
a
up and then
short
eventually quit.
historical insight into either the Exodus as we have it described in the Bible or the Haggadah, some biblical sources in particular. I'd like to begin today by talking about Pharaoh next to us. So, first of all, was an important leader of Egypt, of course, in the late 13th century before the Common Era, and in approximately before the Common Era, he made kind of a smash and grab rush north into the land of Israel and wreaked havoc on all kinds of communities there. And later he described it in his stele that he erected that's located in southern Egypt. Here you can see the stele itself. It's a massive obelisk, spans something like 20 feet tall, and there's like some depictions of various ritual things at the top, and then written in Egyptian hieroglyphics is a whole listing of the amazing achievements of the pharaoh. You scroll all the way down this document to at the bottom, there's this fascinating little section that has been interpreted to read: Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Now, there's a lot of things to say about this interesting, especially valuable to me is that this is the first clear statement by the word, the name, the concept, and the people Israel outside biblical text. We've got very rich linguistic descriptions of the major founders of the Jewish patriarchs, kings, queens, all kinds of things like that. But this is the first time we have a clear, unequivocal statement of Israel, the people, existing in the historical record outside of our own family history. Now, there's a few other exceptions to that rule, like, for example, you can see in this execration figurine, which is basically a kind of an early Egyptian voodoo doll that goes back about 500 years before Meneptah erected his stele. These are kind of fascinating ritual objects. Egyptians would write the names of people they don't like, and then they would ritualize burning it, breaking it, like that. It was kind of like a way of like imposes upon the people that they dislike. When you look at these expiration figures, you'll see that there are place names that are located in the land of Israel, but it doesn't say anything about who's living there or anything like that. Just this kind of like geographical, topographical information. Very valuable, but doesn't say too much to us about who these people were, what they stood for, and so on. So it's even if they would be the descendants of Jacob, because of course there were people living in Israel prior to the arrival of the sons and daughters of Jacob, sometime in the 8th century. And further, not surprising, you don't have more Egyptian destruction of the Exodus for a whole host of reasons, but one of them is the fact that the Egyptians had a distinct allergy to recording many stories that was, contrary to the national. One great example of this is the story of the Pharaoh Hatshepsut, who is shown here wearing a ceremonial Sphinx presentation, although she was, and one of her offspring later decided to completely remove her from the historical record. As you can see from this wall engraving on the right, you have very clear representations of the cartouches of Thutmose III, but Hatshepsuts are all clearly faced on the rock, as if they wanted to literally remove her from the historical record. Out that this interesting exposure of Egyptian mummy issues was not correct. It's mummy issues, that's terrible. Oh well, I'll just keep it. Anyways, it was unsuccessful because Hatshepsut happened to be a really important pharaoh, and so a lot was known later, and these attempts to wipe her out of the record were completely unsuccessful. I really find fascinating, besides the fact that this is the first we have anyone saying about the ancestors of the Jewish people in the historical record, it is an obituary, meaning Merneptah said that I went up into the north, they destroyed it, I pillaged, all kinds of things, and when I got to those Israelites, I completely obliterated them. Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. That's it, never again. Rise up and never again show their faces. This is, I think, especially ironic when you think about the fact that Merneptah himself was the 13th son of Ramses II, identified as the pharaoh of the story of Joseph. Now, we'll tomorrow. But it's as if he's like getting revenge for the way that his father was treated when he was slaves. Left Egypt. Could be lots of things, because especially hilarious is like, oh my gosh, they also found, because many people found that very tasteless and have done it in previous lectures, but he looks terrible. He looks like he's wasted, and his seed is no more. On the other hand, the Jewish people, thank God, are still flourishing, are still, very much active and central in many ways to what's happening in Western civilization. This illustrates two things. It illustrates, on the one hand, yet another example of what we see in the Haggadah, that in every generation there will be someone who rises up to try to destroy the Jewish people, but they are miraculously rescued. Here is a kind of hilarious passage from an 1859 Haggadah that was published in the Russian Empire, and the censor said, how could you possibly include that statement that in every generation there will be some kind of massive anti-Semitism? That's not true. We live now in the Paris of the Russian Tsar. No way, there's going to be any challenges. So therefore, the censor listed and had added to the text the words Hayu and the letter for Nazi lane instead of the man. So in other words, he forced it to read, in every generation there used to rise up against us, meaning no longer. Back in ancient history that happened, but no longer. And then later he says, it's not that God continues to rescue the Jewish people, it's that he used to rescue the people. Doesn't have to anymore, because now life is great. And that's the first thing I want to remark on with Merneptah's last obituary of the Jewish people, which is really the first obituary we have. Mark Twain, the great writer and humorist of the late 19th century, early 20th century America, there was, of course, a famous story, I'm sure you've heard it, that at one point someone died and they published an obituary, and there are various versions of what he actually looked like. It was something to the effect of, rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated. That's also, I think, reflective of Merneptah. Mark Twain, to close this sentence, and I often reflect on something he wrote in the year 1899, a remarkable essay in Harper's Magazine called Concerning the Jews. It was later reprinted in 1934. writes a page essay about the status of Jews in Europe and America. He reflects on the concepts of anti-Semitism and so on. And he says a lot of really fascinating things, some of which are real howlers, like looking at it a century later, we see how wrong he was in many ways. But his conclusion is so powerful. I'm going to read it to you. I just think it's a great sort of mindset to bear in mind as we go into the Passover season, as we go into the celebration of the Haggadah. Once again, we go through another year of reciting this ancestral story and thinking about what it means for the Jewish people and for the world. So here's Mark Twain's conclusion of his essay concerning the Jews, 1899.
What is it that you feel differently? For example,
If the statistics are right, Jews constitute roughly 1% of the human race. It suggests that a nebulous dim puff of stardust lost in the blaze of the Milky Way. Properly, the Jew ought hardly to be heard of, but he is heard of, has always been heard of. He is as prominent on the planet as any other people, and his commercial importance is extravagantly out of proportion to the smallness of his bulk. His contributions to the world's list of great names in literature, science, art, music, finance, medicine, and abstruse learning are also way out of proportion to the weakness of his numbers. But he has made a marvelous fight in this world, in all the ages. And he has done and the Persian boys filled the planet with sound that faded to dream stuff and passed away. The Greek and the Jew, all other forces passed, but he remained. What is the secret of his
So what they argue with that, against that would
Wow.
be the difference
That's
with
a tree.
carbon feedback is
Jews have explored how
in
they
their
would
hand
in
is a
distant
part of
times recline to their left on chaise lounges because of Hellenistic Israel. I mean, it's just so amazing.
It's just a different
That
feel.
there's this
They're all
phenomenal
different,
conflict with what Twain said only essentially is so
they have
dramatically
strong,
true.
but they're not core, right? And so
Thank you very much
they're
for watching.
usually generally a little heavier unless they're maple. Sometimes they'll get lower, but you very rarely see
Fellow tremendous things going on. He gets them through that 7-year famine, and everyone should really be grateful to Joseph for all the tremendous things he did for the country.
gets you up to like what 19 as opposed to
crucial information in the Bible is not something that we can down with historical data. Study stories about my grandparents. This is a photograph of them tonight.
Anderson.
Alex,
I think he's
up in the north.
I think he was interested.
A few Native Canadians, First Nations, really did not have structures that could withstand these. My grandfather, the story I heard from my own father, who was not born at the time. My grandfather could see that there was something terrible coming, and so just started his was a drag was what he did was he his stock, which was basically worth nets, insurance, and things like that. Buried it, devastated the town, but he and his wife was then expected waited in the river until it was safe to come out again with fire. And the town was devastated, sight, courage, and kindness ultimately inspired town to survive. And my grandfather's business to survive. And it went on for a full century after that. Very long. Now, this in our historical data, the record is simply not there. We know the fire happened. We know the names of people who were killed, who lived their grave, but we don't have these smaller stories of it's just not recorded anywhere. But and more importantly, he never witnessed it because he wasn't even born. I trust my father. That's the Minnesota. My father told me things about his father.
Would you prefer?
His lessons.
I like it because
You may not be able to put everything under. If you want to go into the weeds in this education book, it is absolutely tremendous. It includes, for example, this data, which is so fantastic. See that that's not gone what we would expect this slave to cost in the precise era when we believe that Joseph was sold. Moreover, we look at the price of slaves as recorded in Exodus chapter 21, verse 32, with what we know that slaves were going for documents hereby
so many times during this U.S. Open. There were so many times you could
exactly the same. And finally, we'll look at the price of the nobles under the nobles were taken into
just right in the hole,
they
position on
over
the
there
next ball.
in chapter 15, verse 30, that price exactly maps to the price of slaves in
That's a
Assyria.
lot of old school
You can
guys.
track all of these in a chart, and you can
Get
see
set in their
that
ways, and I think that's little tiny cube.
linear progression. Historical context.
Of course, I
There's data that's derived
this
from
guy jumped on
original
it.
So let's go to our main subject, which is the
And then
personality
also
of Ramses, and he's always believed to be the
so
specific
well.
pharaoh described as having forgotten about Joseph. Whether, as we have a famous controversy in Talmud, he was the same pharaoh who just chose to forget for whatever reason, or whether he really was a new pharaoh who didn't read the Egyptian history textbooks. One of the most fascinating debates in the Talmud especially because in other places, something like that, is that
I don't know because I don't play tennis,
became
but it looks
more
the same.
belligerent, more
Where some
obstinate.
players like soccer,
The main thing is an Egyptian term meaning harmony, order, balance.
Do you have like a
That
mental
the pharaoh has to make sure that society organized fashion kind of balance. Usually what he does was he fails to maintain
Jeremy Jones and I
if
were
he
talking about
allows
that.
his
It's the
heart
most
to
mental
become
game
heavy,
because
hard,
there's this
resistant,
moment
heavy,
of pull
then
trigger.
he will be judged
This
negatively,
moment where you're
and he
making sure
will
that everything aligns and you just gotta keep your mind
in
on
this
on
13th era,
focused on
the
the
book
object
of the
ball.
dead,
Do you look at the
that
cue
is
ball before you
there,
object
you can
ball?
see right there. On the left side scale is an That is his maltreatment of the music of Jacob and his forgetfulness for what for the people of Joseph.
Mission. Rescue, he would have to execute shots under. He was also a bow hunter, and he realized that there were certain mistakes he was making. You know, a lot of people are making bow hunting
Helpful
that
fellow
had to do
travelers and
with
Jewish history.
anticipation. Very specific yourself.
Egypt,
Say like you're
just like
you know whatever.
primary geological
I
feature
found
of
archery. You're
the
gonna miss.
north, why
You're
the
gonna miss it.
lower is actually
Just
higher on
it's tells
or
miss.
recorded
It's almost
history
like the
and
pressure is
Quran
too much.
now has
So you
the
alleviate some of the pressure.
Nile. See at the bottom of this map the and that changed a lot of the features of the waterways. So how does that affect Joseph is described as coming to the leadership of Egypt? Where I site that Jews were forced to
Now
live
you
on.
have those
And
experiences.
so
And
some things are actually really was creeps for example about were they forced to work there, were they playing there, we don't know, but it is nevertheless it specifically states that they did not take the short which is the Philistine way, also known as the way of Horus, that would have been the easiest way, which has to be biblical Hebrew, the word yam means something swimming from one side, or small bodies of water, but in Hebrew they are called seas. Now this second word, reeds, is interesting, a wetland, kind of like, you know, a marshy area, which very much fits with what we know about the geography of Eastern Canada. So many historians have a root of the Exodus that goes through what's called the third, again, that's not necessarily what the term yam. Like that, no, it must have been the Mediterranean Sea that was over the Sinai Peninsula into the Mediterranean and down into the Sinai where they would wander around for a while. There are also theories that say no, they went further south down to the Red Sea at that point. And basically from there on in, it's really confusing because one thing I forgot to mention is that the very first project in archaeology is weak topography. We have biblical archaeology in particular. We have this biblical text, extremely valuable as a historical document, but it's very difficult to sometimes translate into what we know about the actual land itself, primarily because we don't know locales specific to the places named in the Bible. Those are all things that was done in the 19th century in Israel. Okay, we've got places like Beersheba. Where is Beersheba? And they would use all kinds of bird descriptions in the text itself that might give some indication as to where exactly the place got, but we simply don't know for sure, a lot of places, and especially the places associated with the Exodus. So there are lots of different routes. We also don't know, for example, where exactly is Mount Sinai. There is a mountain in the southern part of the peninsula that has been identified by the Arabs as Jebel Musa, the Mount of Moses, and that has been adopted by Christians as Mount Sinai, monastery at the top of it, things like that. But there are also the possibilities that Mount Sinai would be in what we would call today Saudi Arabia. We simply have no concrete idea precisely where the ancient Israelites wandered as to a massive incursion to the land that would be called the land of Israel in the 13th century, really in terms of like a huge rise in the establishment of settlements cannot be accounted for by natural increase. It has to be from migration. There is some fascinating stuff done by analyzing the refuse pits that a lot of the with the settlement of it, there's a remarkable absence of pig bones. I know are much more Roman. There's lots of pig bones. I like to joke that they find Asian food takeout containers, but we don't find those. And also when sometimes Canaan sites are getting sold where they are just found a cultic site, a headless idol that clearly had his head lopped off. And then here's the pictures like look like after surgery. But archaeological finds of this nature support the narrative that people came into this region from somewhere outside and viewed with hostility the local Canaanite disease and destroyed their altars and things like that. And that is entirely consistent with the biblical account to describe
slender cloth that was close to the rail. That's probably the best way to make the boat because you can
push it through the rubber. The very first Jewish history lab report,
kind of like a Russian
December 20th.
So it's like a 92%. Because I watch a lot of those guys live, and they fire
81% very strong interest, but in keeping with the season, we're going to have several recounts. Anyways, what is the purpose of this newsletter? Well, as I mentioned in a video a while ago, I signed a major contract with Corinth to put together a volume history of the Jewish people. And it took me a few years to write this, and I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be a great book. But one of the advantages of having a large audience
that's 10 years as well. That's still nothing.
is that I can sort of crowdsource this.
Like, so
Obviously, I'm going to do the first
something
stage
similar
of
can happen in
writing,
America.
and essentially the Jewish Lab lectures are sort of my draft of what I intend to put in the book. There's a lot of feedback,
Something
comment sections, some have personal emails, and it's been very useful. It's helped me shape the book. So this is what we intend to do in the newsletter. First of all, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what's coming up. This topic for this week is over-coincidental, and I found out the fall semester I didn't realize it would have to occur right at this time of year, but there you go, serendipity. So we have 4 videos that are related to this, 4 videos. On Thursday the 17th, Judea in the days of Jesus, which was a popular video actually, was the number 1 for last week. And then later today on Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, by the way, New York time, we'll have a little bit longer video, Jesus and the Jewish community. I'm a little bit concerned about this one. I usually don't speak about Jesus specifically in these videos because it tends to generate a lot of
because it's a really quick shot clock, big ass pockets.
That in a second.
Little ass tail.
This is the
if you miss your phone, because these guys they're all running out. Justin Bergman, so was hurt that too.
If we are going to write a comprehensive survey,
it looks easy. You look at it like, oh, small table, big pockets, this is easy. But no, if you miss, like if you get out of line and you miss, the game's over. Yeah, guys can run out. That's additional pressure. Yeah, much better.
On Thursday,
clusters and everything go cluttered up together. And you can't shoot your opponent's ball, so you gotta figure out a way to bump them and move them and get a shot on the eight. You think the eight ball's still the most played game?
virtually at Torah LA.
Yeah, most people don't even like. I had a friend here, and he's like, I play really good ball. What do you play? Play 9 balls? Like, no, I play regular ball. What is regular ball? Like, you don't play. This conversation, I was like, okay. He's played 9 balls, dude. Like, you play 8 balls. It's not regular ball. So they may change with measuring the ball. They may change because they push 9 ball.
7 years.
Yeah. Well, the thing about 9 ball that's very exciting is the luck factor, right? Luck factor is huge. You know, when you watch a guy shoot a ball in the corner and he hits the rail and it bounces 3 rails and goes to the side, it's fun. If you're sitting there, if you're in a chair and you are hoping, oh, he missed, it's my chance. No, you got lucky. And that's luck is part of it. Sometimes people shit in the 9 ball and they win. And you're like, how can that be a win? It's an accident. It's part of the game. It's part of the fun of the game. And then also you went off the break. It's also part of the game. And that drives people crazy. Spot that.
You may have noticed that I have membership available on this channel.
I also like when someone misses an easy shot and then their opponent runs out and makes a 9 on the break. So it's like, fuck, make sure you fucked up. The pool guys do that to you all the time. They do. If you miss ball, it's kind of weird how oftentimes like you have to sit in the chair for a few racks because the guy just gets a bunch of like really awesome lucky breaks. Like, this is terrible for sure. And, you know, but I also found that I'm winning more. Yeah. I just get the love. I miss the ball. Why is that so reliable? Because it's really reliable. I wish I knew the answer. I'm doing something. If someone like Super Egghead, Mr. Dave, like that guy could explain this, I would like to know. Because I think there's a kind of science to it, and I think it has to do. I don't know what it is, but I think there's a positive energy when you're in gear, when you can't miss, and you're in stroke, and you're firing balls, and you're playing really well. You get these lucky breaks. It's weird. It's like you're putting out positive energy. But when you're down and you feel like shit and you're like, God damn, I can't catch a break, and then the guy misses balls, you're like, God damn, this always happens. I've often wondered, did you manifest this? Manifesting good luck with positive energy.
Very valuable, and
that's what I do. I mean, I'm always trying to be positive, but I think there is a benefit. I think there's a real benefit, like a real world, but measurable benefit that would probably show up in statistics. Like, not
like that. I love to
think. Yes, I think so too. Yeah, that's why I think gold mirrors life in a lot of ways. I think that's the case.
Membership is a way.
I also think like being really generous in real life, really good for you. It's really good for everybody. It's not good for just for the people like being generous too, but it's good for you too. It's good for everybody. Right? You're like gonna hit it like more good things happen for you when you do that. It's the same sort of principle. There's some karma's real. It is real. It just doesn't seem like it should be. It seems like you should be able to figure out life on, you know, a yellow legal pad with a pen and some really good calculus. There's some things going on that nobody has figured out how to put a measuring tape to. No one's figured out how to put it on a scale. There's some things going on. Yeah. And there's things going on with your mind that no one is ever going to heal. But I think there's probably something to it. Like effort, for example. That guy used to always say, I got lucky. He was always saying, I got lucky. Meanwhile, who was more positive than that guy? When he would miss, he would laugh. He would laugh and scratch his head. Never look like he was mad. I wouldn't want her to break my fucking stick. But he would, oh no, I missed. He'd scratch his head and go, oh no. And sit down and be super positive.
Just a few days ago, a amazing seal.
Maybe
was
That's why I wonder. That's why
That's wow.
Basically shutting down the negative thoughts.
Don't
Being positive is really difficult at times, especially when things are not going your way.
everything
The
that
product
Amanda
is
Bush showed on, right?
missing it should say something or
Okay,
floating a few
I
balls
hope
or
this
just
helpful
doesn't
to
miss
you,
any balls.
and
It's really
enjoy
difficult
the
to stay
videos this
positive
week.
in your
Thanks
Yeah,
for studying
so
social media.
you just gotta focus on what you can control and hope for the best. That's all I have.
Have you ever thought about doing what Nick Vandenberg does when he sits on a couch, visualizing running out while you're watching your opponent play?
I think I have that going through my
Hello,
brain.
fellow
I'm like
students
listening
of
to
Coach
hype up
History.
music.
I hope this
For
message finds
example,
you
when
and
I'm
your
walking
loved
into the
ones.
match, and I'm like,
So
cool,
this is the
what
second
is hype like
issue
there?
of
What
the
do you listen
History
to?
Lab report,
Different
and
bands
I'm
on
actually
the
really
mood.
pleased to see how
Sometimes it's
this
like
has
gangsta rap.
evolved.
Sometimes it's
As
like,
I
what kind of
mentioned
gangsta rap? What do you like? Russian.
previous
Russian.
videos,
Russian? Oh, you gotta send me some. Yeah, tell me what's good Russian.
Gangsta rap, good for the perfect.
Yeah?
Is the result
Oh,
of
nice.
my signing a contract with foreign publishers to create
Like Brazilian
a
funk.
volume
I like music like that that I don't know what they're saying.
really excited to be working
I
on.
enjoy
I thought
that.
it
I
would take
understand what they're
a
saying.
year and a half to essentially work through
Let's
the
say it's
curriculum that would form the basis
Russian
of the book
gangster
and
rap.
put it out there
Like, can you give me an example of what we can play right now? Like, what is gangster rap? Like, Jimmy Capone.
fellow students of
Well,
Coach History
his name
like
is
you
Script.
shape
Kryptonite? Like, Kryptonite? Like Kryptonite?
great. A lot of the comics that I brought back, I exposed
See,
things
fun.
that I really not
What's
that
a
I
good
aware
art?
of, or concerns that I have not
What's like a
thought of addressing, and I think it's going to be a really
I
positive
didn't
thing.
know that they
Especially
had a lot of
grateful
Russian
to
gangster rap.
this week because we got through one of the most difficult passages really of Christianity. There's a lot generated by that.
Well, a lot of
They
hyper
make it
music is
sort
not
of
necessarily
navigate
great.
the
Bias character.
possible
I don't know.
minefields of controversy.
Give me
But
one
I'm especially
Kryptonite
grateful
though.
to Officer
One good
Spencer,
song.
one of the
You
users
like
on this channel, who sent me a really useful passage from
Like you and Josh Miller about to play for half a million.
Thessalonians chapter 2,
You're on your way.
verse
So this
14,
song is
which really
it's not
made
good
me
as
rethink a little bit of what I had to say
Oh,
about
perfect.
St. Paul
Just tell me what it is. We'll have Jimmy pull it up.
Christianity.
Moscow
This
loves
is a passage that when I looked over the scholarship, it's called the Great Diatribe, by the way. Many scholars actually question whether it
I bet a lot of people in Moscow
authentic
do
or
it.
may have
Probably pretty accurate song.
as they were copied, but there are no variants
You got it, Jimmy?
that fail to show them.
It's not written in English.
Yeah, it's not actually. That's what I guess. Oh, the actual song. I got it later.
Christianity. My favorite actually was one commentator who said some very nice things. Said that I was
If you want, I can have them send it to me. I'll send it to you.
but then at the end, I said, anyway, I like your work and personality. That's a great work. Well, I guess.
Yeah, I don't even know what I
I wanted to say
There
that.
it is. I
But
can't
anyway, thanks also to Barb
Oh,
Todd.
right.
I really used the link from
This
NPR
one's gonna get us in
on
trouble.
the
You got this gonna get us in trouble?
clear technology
Oh, yeah.
digitally
All right, well, we'll just we'll cut it out.
such as Dead Sea Scrolls, which are so very fragile and very difficult to handle, difficult to open. It's very difficult to actually use a whole new image.
I like it.
It's really bad.
Yeah, so
Okay,
something
so
like
here's
that.
an update. Last week, we premiered the video on the first
That's most of the stuff he says you can't even understand what he's saying because he's so fast that he's actually broke out his translation.
Oh, here it is. Wet asphalt, great face. You'll find everything you need. A lot more treasure in the depths of the woods. Only the lipstick was worn off. Ceiling, star, fingers on them. Wet asphalt, great face. There are only clouds above you. Okay. That sounds like ChatGPT wrote it. GPT
Yeah, the straight translation from
right? So you read what's called Cyrillic, is that what it's called? So you read it right. And like, what is it like when you have to learn English? Like, how much of a weird was it?
it.
I actually go to Russia at least once a year, just to stay tight. If my daughter went to Spain, Spanish, and they came over to America and had a hard time talking to me. Right. But then one of your, yeah, well, then an accent. And people like, yeah. Do you get any heat for coming to America? Of course I do. Yeah, I don't want to.
Last week we premiered
But of course, the ghetto fans, warriors,
the aftermath of the Great Rebellion,
because you left Russia, yes, fell out, north
then
USA.
lesser known revolt
That's the music they always play.
that occurred in years 115 through 117.
Terrible song. That's good. There's a lot of Russian Polish haters.
The connection with our couple, though, is personal friendship.
Yeah, what was that crazy guy?
With multiple husbands.
It was super obvious, like you're lying about being on steroids. Like, hey, don't lie about being on steroids. Don't be a public person, and no one will say that. It's that simple. You have to take personal accountability for errors that you made. I think there's some substances involved, if I had to guess, that led down a bad road. But it's also it's not, you know, I'm sure you experience it because you experience a lot of hate when people think it's going to be. I'm going to be famous. It'll be easier because people who I am know life is going to be way harder because now you're under the microscope. I'm sure you the Brian calls himself one for king, who was not famous most of his life. He would do this just like tell everybody they have to. But you have to have superior and insane work ethic, and you have to be like really intelligent about how you in your 40s. If you didn't look like that when you were younger, yeah, you're on something. Everybody knows it. There's nothing wrong with being on something. Like here's the thing, it's like doesn't exclude you from taking. If you're a person who takes testosterone or and even huge followings who are clearly on anabolic steroids, they just don't lie about it. That's all it is. Really, there's gonna be people always use it, but the reality is lifestyle, telling your ancestral tenets. It's just gotta take accountability. You made mistakes. If you did make mistakes, I'd be celebrating you. If you were like this, there's a bunch of people that we talk about on the podcast know are on Jews. They don't lie about it. No one gets upset about it. It's real simple. It's just, that's what it is. But that, these guys just take a lot of heat, and he also funded, I think he at least had a part in funding this Netflix documentary about him, which I didn't watch it, but I heard it was not flattering at all. It made him seem kind of insane, and that probably sucked. And then after that, it was bad at me. But again, fame is not a normal thing.
Jewish History Lab series of lectures. This is going to be the third and final, the last 500 years of Jewish history, specifically from the Spanish expulsion of 1490. Your questions in this series we would like to. First is please attend a lot of classes are sponsored. Advantages to come in person, and there are some disadvantages. Of course, the live answers, there is some of my cheesy jokes. I apologize in advance for them, but I simply have so that's the best way to enjoy it. Every week, every Wednesday night at 7:30. The second way to participate is you can attend via Zoom. We are, of course, in a full era of education. We're still trying to figure out what
Yeah,
is
like
education
Sean
going
Strickland
to
has a
look
bunch
like,
of videos of guys who
both
talk
at the
shit
tertiary
online. He
level,
just
where
beats
it's
the
most of
fucking
my energy,
piss out of them.
or in the adult education,
It's just like,
which I
and
class
he
this
wins.
series,
You
or
know,
even
then
the
it comes
primary
all
level.
full circle.
And
Like,
so we're going to
the
try
haters
this
actually paid off
semester
because
to offer this as a hybrid option.
These guys up like it's nothing. Talk
The
shit to them
essence
like
is going to be
What is
one of the challenges
what's
of
he
offering this
proposing
hybrid
in
format
terms of
is that
race?
it's not
That's what I'm really
can't attend by Zoom.
it's gonna say spot you
You
go
have
to
a outside
outside,
you
shut up,
believe
that's
that
real.
Jewish history,
It's not
you're to be free. You're to be out there so that people there, they can be shorter and a little bit more tightly edited and so on. They're very, very cheesy jokes. They're just
Everybody knows.
there's not as much basically it's all gonna start Wednesday night 7:30 p.m. Eastern.
But I'm tighten that table up, right? Yeah. Would you want it 4 1/4? Or would you want 4 1/4? Oh, that's another thing you wanted to do. You wanted to only play the 4. So he wants
Welcome to the first in a large series of projected small lectures called Jewish History.
right.
Really important, really beautiful work. I have so many of their books in my
I feel
collection.
like you should do
For them over the course of the next few years. So these lectures are kind of like my rough draft of the materials that will hopefully find their way into the printed word. And I hope you will snap up copies of them when they're
Yeah,
available because
probably. Shane
I think
is
they're
a
going to be great.
huge
I'm really
American
excited
hero
about
when it comes to seems like he has one game.
together in this. I'd love to hear from you. Please insert your comments in and let me know what you think. If there's questions,
I didn't know
just
that.
and try to understand how it fits within the larger history of the Jewish people.
Oh no, social media stuff.
Elementary
I don't know if you're with
that was discussed in my job last year.
going flags and stuff.
What do I mean? They look
Oh
at it this way.
yeah, that's right. So there was a lot of weirdness where he was playing like was the WNBA said you could play in a metro event or
So what exactly
so
is this?
it was
First of all, it was discovered
what happened?
in
So we should explain to people who don't know there's two different competing sort of organizations. And at one point in time, if you played for one, every time you can't play for the other. Never like that's kind of crazy.
crazy guys. Like coolest chicks gonna be there. We're together. So what happened to those fans? Basically, I believe we'll be banned for certain. She was playing the World Championships.
The Jordan River that's at the left that would connect up to the Sea of Galilee, or you get
Joshua Tree.
Argo,
Championships.
road running.
So what better way to tell them just killed
Dead Sea. There are
9 or 10 of the best players in the world.
has a man.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
This figure specifically was recognized.
Yeah, he's well, sometimes when he gets hot, it's crazy. Like the best player. It just seems like he doesn't feel it. Everybody rooting against him. Yeah, he just like 10 years.
State of Israel, geographically,
It's just so weird. Like we're talking about Kobe John, who had that insane match in 2023, but this year didn't play.
Hebrew shows that
High
it's
level
53
on the
kilometers.
World Series, like when it's executed so
perfectly and so fun to watch.
additional
Because you know how hard it is to get what you do differently. You're
the
world number one. You do anything differently, try to make to just keep going. Just keep going. I know what I did. Unless you got a lot of people that stop. Because for example, they had a goal. Motivation is gone.
much lower, in fact,
Motivation is only been like
surface of the earth.
but obviously I
Look
want to
at
be world
this
champion.
satellite.
And I hit the dream to be world
This
champion. I'm
is
one of the first world
very
championships.
central
You know that.
lobe of Africa.
Major. So they will just ask me those questions.
Water travels, sea travel,
Well,
land
your
barriers.
grandpa will go dig it down a world novel.
Main thoroughfare.
Before really that novel right there. Why do you say it with a southern accent? Yeah, that's interesting. I never thought of that. Would you assume their
Look
accent
at a little closer, you see that the most important
Well, you're an Ohio boy, so you're close to Kentucky. That's where you have an accent.
and it is so called because
That's
it's kind
true.
of like
That's true.
a
That's
C
true.
shape or more precisely kind of like an
But
upside
it's
down
just
flat shape
when you,
of arable land that extends
when you think
from the
about
Nile Delta, which is
just
the
in
left of
general,
this map,
like post growth, I think you're in a perfect position.
area
Incentive to be playing professionally. The only money that anybody was making. 20, 30 years ago, real money was in gambling. And I definitely feel fortunate to be right where before. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. They have a channel where you put a lot of your practice sessions online and know you about. It's like there's some serious training involved, like serious position play, serious like getting that muscle memory over and over again, different ways to stroke a shot. Yeah, it's great. The Terminator. At best. Yeah, it's fun to watch. It's super easy.
I like the super
Like a proper
where from the left of the
time
and
to
it's a little rough as
people
you're
there.
going along
And there's other things, guys. Games over the next few years. I watch a lot bigger. Over the last involved. I just set up somewhere in Austin.
was
Also,
also
getting at. Like, you're going to have a crowd online, but it'd be cool if you had a lot of people there. Congratulations on everything. It's been cool following you and seeing what happened over the last time you were here. And watching you just get better and better.
then you make a
Thank you
straight
so much
shot
for it. My pleasure, my brother. Tell everybody they want to follow you. What's your Instagram? My Instagram. Weird. Yeah. Yeah, but I baseball. Also, the ice. Some people say fatal, or some people say Federer, but in Russia it's a Fyodor. That's what I thought. Because people were correcting me. I'm like, I think, oh, he's saying that because Fedor Emelianenko. I'm like, yeah, well, that's kind of the accepted American pronunciation of Fyodor, though. So
Experience. Fucking podcast my name.
Indicated that Jerusalem specifically is up for special.
yeah, this company called M30 sent this to me. This was when Efraim Reyes snuck into America under the nickname Cesar Morales. And won some big tournament at Reds. That is. It doesn't matter, it's just good in playing in the world. And if you're the best player in the world, I think you are. Oh, well. I mean, it's really tough. A lot of guys talk a lot of shit, but I'm just saying, I mean, this guy on my shirt. Certainly, it's. Ball. Did you see the shot that I made recently? Which one? That so good. It's amazing. So it's actually one of the best performance of it's horrible when you. That's not good. Yeah. Look, it's a crazy game, and the game that you guys are playing. Right? The reason why I said I think you have the best player. The best player of all time. Because the conditions are very different. For people who don't know, don't play pool, if you're going to a bar and you're playing on a bar, That's great. Like, you have to hit it with drugs. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Metro, right? Because Metro with DAZN done an amazing job with boxing and a bunch of other sports. But what they're doing with pool is crazy. There's so many events, and it's all over. You can get it on tour and stuff. TV, right? Yeah. Sales system website. I think we have there. You must pretty cheap budget because especially you can't pull it out of the make money.
How rabbis in the past have dealt with these challenges. And this is not sure in a very right way. deer would like run away from them, and then seeing this small barrier, they're hiding behind this little gathering of practice because of course the killing. That's bizarre. Wait till I show you this. That's a fascinating thing. Monster human skull, which appears that the ancients in the world would preserve the skulls and then decorate them, bury them apparently under the ancient Jericho will also into trepanation, which is a very wild practice that involves the into the skull. Procedure which survive actually show evidence of payment. Hard to tell. But you can see here with the attached to the face, perhaps towards some kind of dramatization, maybe in connection with different kinds of emotions and feelings. Actually, some of them, however, do not have holes, and they perhaps might have been decorations, or they may have been some kind of cultic objects like this or that. That's it for a very superficial look at some of the prehistoric people in the land of Israel. Now we're going to continue our stories with the biblical data regarding the arrival in Israel as the Mesopotamian patriarch Abraham. What that says for the beginning of the Jewish people. Thank you very much for watching. Before we begin to approach the earliest period of Jewish history, we have to address the question of how shall we approach the Bible as a historical source. The Bible is, of course, regarded by tens of thousands of generations, millions upon millions of people, as the Word, and has a tremendous amount of authenticity simply because of that status. But if we're trying to approach it looking for historical data, is that an appropriate way to understand this text? I'm going to set that question aside for now, but I would like to give you a thought experiment that hopefully will clarify some of the questions that arise as we look at it from the point of view of a historian. One last caveat. I know when people look at me, especially for the first time, they think I'm a rabbi. I think it's the kippah and beard that give it away, and it's true. On a personal level, I have proclivities towards observant Judaism, and I do my best as much as I can to be as observant. As I'm not a rabbi, it's a thought experiment. The year is 1985, and you are in middle school. You're 12 years old, and your teacher gives you an assignment. She gave it to you a few weeks ago, but you have a few hours left to write it. The assignment is, please write 500 words on the life of Julius Caesar. Middle schoolers today would say no problem, but it's 1985 and no one has invented the internet yet. So you're stuck. You have a few hours left. The library is closed. What do? You scram around the house looking for some kind of book that says something about Julius Caesar. And in your older sister's bedroom, you find some of her college textbooks, including a ratty old paperback whose actually say anything real about William Shakespeare's account of Julius Caesar. And just to take it to a meta level, which is going to be very relevant for looking at the Bible as well, the copy that you're holding in your hand was published in the 1970s. Who says that it doesn't actually date them? Who says that it even dates from 1600s? It really was published for the first time in the era of Elizabeth II, as opposed to Elizabeth I. How do you know that this is an accurate written 400 odd years earlier? These questions abound. Just to make it a little bit more fun, notice the iconic presentation of Shakespeare's Shane of Fun and his visage. That's based on something called the Chandos portrait, which is named after its owner, not after the subject or the painter, neither of which are known for certain, but is generally believed to be a depiction of William Shakespeare himself. When you look a little closely at it, you see that Shakespeare himself apparently wore an earring, but that has been removed from his ear in the version that you hold in your hand. So there's so many possibilities for inaccuracies in understanding the life of Julius Caesar. Shouldn't we say that as well about the Bible? Even according to the Word of God approach, whatever that means exactly, many of the events described in the Bible are written down explicitly as having occurred in the distant past. So what do we do with this as a historical account? One more word about the Word of God approach. Can we possibly penetrate the inscrutable mind of the Almighty to determine that the purpose of the biblical text before us is to give us historical data? Perhaps it's to give us religious instruction, moral instruction, for our edification, without necessarily giving us a bull-by-bull. It's a big, complex, sprawling document. We will be exploring it in greater depth in the following lectures as it relates specifically to history. But it's a real, tangled mess of complications to try to understand this text as a historical source. But by the time we get to the 19th century, there are a lot of questions about how to approach the Bible as a historical text. We see people like William Pitt who say, well, okay, without denying the higher Christian approach that is by people like Dalhousie, go back to the land of Israel and discover the facts as they occurred using the and construct the past and see conforms to the Bible as essentially the template for historical events. So, in other words, the way Albright looked at biblical history is he said, we have essentially got in the Bible the cover of the puzzle box. And shake up the ground there, and evidence of things that happened. We'll go to Jericho, we'll find the walls of Jericho that were destroyed by Joshua. The thing is, once you get to Israel, you're confronted with a massive amount, and it says that it's going to conform to the picture box. Maybe we should instead look at the pieces, put it together without knowing how it's going to look, and then we'll look at the picture afterwards. That's the approach that many later archaeologists began to take, especially when they began to find pieces like this that looked like it didn't belong anywhere in the picture box cover. So by the time we get to the middle of the 20th century, there is a lot of confusion about how are we supposed to look at the Bible as an historical text. This came to a head in the 1990s with the development of the so-called Copenhagen of biblical studies. This is an outgrowth of a philosophical cultural movement called postmodernism that essentially questioned the narrative reliability of text. And the Copenhagen school advocated essentially a minimalist approach to the use of the Bible as a historical document. It's sometimes characterized as like a rejection of the Bible as a historical document. That's not a scholarly approach at all. And it's hard to really stick that label on any of the major components of Copenhagen. The reliance for text as a roadmap for history. The reaction to the book was the so-called maximalist school. And the maximalist, again, is a caricature of the term, but essentially maximalists are scholars who say, hey, you're throwing a baby out with the bathwater. There's a tremendous amount of reliability in the Old Testament, and perhaps the latest proponent of this school is none other than the great Kenneth Kitchen, who wrote this phenomenal work, which I have to have my copy of it right here. What a monstrous brick of a tome this is. You can see I've taken a lot of notes, but it is absolutely fascinating. And over the course of a lifetime of studying of Egypt and Assyria, Babylonia, Ugaritic, and Akkadian, and you name it, is settlers of the period. He says that fundamentally the historical descriptions that are contained in the Hebrew scriptures are pretty reliable. Now, he's not advocating the Word of God approach. There are certain passages in this particular book that would cross a Rosh Hashiva's eyes. It's definitely not what we book. But from a historical perspective, it really cements the idea that the Hebrew scriptures have a phenomenal amount of valid historical data. That is, we're going to be spending a lot of time in this work as we go through this series because it is impossible to understand anything about the history of ancient Israel without looking at Dr. Kitchen's magisterial work. We'll also be looking at contemporary scholars like Rabbi Dr. Joshua Berman, who wrote a series of books. Most recently, this very powerful book called Ani Maamin. The Hebrew term means I believe, and is clearly an allusion to Maimonides' 13 principles of belief. I'd like to mention now just a couple of things about Kitchen's approach to biblical history that relevant for us. Up second millennium before the common era. Let's say 2250. That is from about the year, let's say 1750. So, maybe the period is the Egyptian sojourn. The second millennium, that began, let's say 1500, 1200 more or less, and it's described in the book of Exodus. And then we get to the fourth period, which is settlement in Canaan. Notice that he uses the term settlement rather than conquest. That will become very important when we get to that period later. And that would be the late second millennium, say approaching the year 1000 BCE. And it is described in the book of Deuteronomy, and then in Judges and in Joshua. The fifth period is the period 5th century described in a host of biblical works. Now, two questions, of course. But secondly, more significantly, in kitchens quite late now in Jewish history, well over 1,000 years into Jewish history, and then he moves later in time to the exile and return, and only then does he go back more really evidence for history. He still has a lot to say. I want to give you the really powerful, incontrovertible stuff first, and then once you're with, or intuitive and some of the more deductive type of diagnosis in the earlier period. It's really more to it, starting the period, and I hope you'll bear with me. Let us give you an example of what is really cool data in both of those sections. Dr. Kitchen argues that there's basically two types of food the Bible has reliability as external evidence of historical reliability. And what comes outside the theological box. So, for example, this black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, which dates from the 9th century before the Common Era, clearly has King Jehu, who is described in the Hebrew Bible as doing obeisance to King Shalmaneser III. And this monumental architecture clearly describes this from the first 800s onwards. And since we're going to go back to the year 2000 era, it gets harder and harder. The earlier you go back in time, find this kind of hard material evidence for the historicity of the narrative. But that doesn't mean that we're without resources. And a good 350 pages of Dr. Kitchen's work is based on looking at evidence of biblical reliability. Just giving you one here, and we're going to go through many more of them as we go through the next lectures. The price of slaves. That occur from the year 2050 to about the year 500. And then when you take a few passages in the biblical text that were hardcore, that's not going to fall on your foot like a big piece of monumental architecture will make you say, ouch. But nevertheless, it's really quite persuasive to say that through the entire book of Genesis. And in fact, if you have not read the stop watching right now and go get the other Bible. They're available online and read it because it is incredibly important. It has so much, transformational doctrine. And even if you're not Jewish, even if you're not a monotheist, if you're a Buddhist or a Hindu or an alligator, I don't know. I think you will find a tremendous amount of value in this incredibly important work that is really at the foundation of Western civilization. I'm going to just speak very briefly about the plot line of Genesis, with the assumption that you have some broad familiarity with it. And this brief lecture in no way should call someone who got another last lecture. And that is that in the world of let us mine this document with everything we can for its historical discussion. The last couple of it traces the life of the family of Abraham and Sarah, called the first patriarchs of matriarchs. And there's basically three major generations that are treated. That's Abraham and his wife Rebecca, and then by Jacob and Joseph proves to be a really intelligent, insightful individual. He ends up in jail where he begins to interpret something that is associated with Jews from Joseph. And here is Joseph who is summoned Pharaoh himself, the leader of Egypt, to interpret keep a ear on all these are to me various adored by so many Egyptians because of his very wise policies that actually get them through a 7-year-long famine and provide great riches for the royal home and security for the nation as a whole. And then as things work out, it's a very dramatic story because of the nature of the famine. His brothers actually come down to earth. They don't recognize Joseph. It's amazing. And there's a lot of things that happen there. I don't want to give away the story. You've got to look at it. But in this next image from James, so you see Joseph revealing himself to his brothers, saying, I am Joseph. Does my father yet live? Spirit of God. Then his exaltation. Then I think he saw his counsel. Very powerful. And also, especially, and that's basically where Genesis ends. All of the children of Israel, that is the children of Jacob, the great grandchild of Abraham, Sarah, and their extended family, all moved down to Egypt, the region of Goshen, which we'll look at in the next lecture. And they're settled very happily. That's basically wrapping up the main element of the book of Genesis in terms of its narrow plot line. Now let's look at it from the perspective of what historical data we have outside the Bible. We have that shed some light on here, execration text. I have to tell you, I really like this. Church, like you see, treated like excellent. Here's a really gripping one from the early second millennium, maybe the year 1900 or so before the Common Era. You can see it's actually shaped like a figurine, and I wish we had more detail, but basically we have top cities whose texts are maybe 100 spaced with time, blocks away. And so it's not surprising that 3,000 years later we just don't have many of those documents at all. And furthermore, it's really Egypt that we're concerned with because the Mesopotamian region had very little state contact with the land the land of Israel. And so they're not more on this later, of course. But the Amarna letters, also Egyptian, they're these cuneiform tablet here. And once again, we have graphic data telling us about places and place names, but a lot of real detail about who's living there, what are they doing there. By this time in the Amarna letters, so by the biblical chronology, you have Jews living in Israel, but they don't nothing more it's topographic data, but it doesn't really give us monumental architecture that celebrates Shishak or Shoshank. There's one of these kind of like elements that some children is really focused on trying to disprove past convincing, or sometimes they are convincing depending on your background, your proclivities, and so on. But many of these attempted arguments of the historical value of the Bible end up falling flat discoveries because for the most part you're trying to view from a negative. There is no data. What can you argue from there being no, or at least very little data? Just to give you one example, for a while it was very popular. The Bible could not have been, the earliest parts of the Bible could not have been written in the time they describe because there are such as when Rebecca first sees her husband Isaac far off and she falls off her camel, which I always like to read that literally. Probably means she got gently off her camel. That does say in Hebrew that she does. Around many examples that disprove this, such as for example, this cylinder seal comes from nearby Syria. Before we can estimate Abraham's arrival in the region. What is a cylinder seal? It's essentially a cylinder which has a size kind of graphic on it. It's small, so on the plate, roll it, mark, embed it inside the clay, really off-road it. And so we have a lot of these and all kinds of interesting descriptions that would give us a sense of what people thought. But here on this seal, you can see a fanciful image of two men riding one camel simultaneously. The man on the left is just cut off slightly, but if you put that symbol that we're familiar with today is today, and during that, it's the ancient Egyptian symbol for light. Stop that. That's what it means. Is called light. Like that. The Jewish history of generational ritual to have this once a year for the health of the family commanded to relate even in whatever interpretation they can as the teaching of how the Jews were born as a people in Egypt and then Sinai. And the children experience it is an essential experience with all the various tastes, a very special to the blessed memory. He handed me a spoonful of isolation and the birth of people as a whole. Levi, among other philosophers, have pointed out that one of the unique aspects of this revelation is that it's not something this way with one person or a small failings as the incident of the golden calf. We're long because I know you want to get to this. Okay, let's go to the history. So, what do we know? Unfortunately, it's hard to prove negative. A lack of evidence does not mean it. There is something is not as direct and concrete as we might like. It's rather indirect. Obviously, this is not a neutral historical debate. It is that Egypt first, right? There's no record of pharaohs expressed. There's very little actual material from the area that the Jews were residing in the Nile Delta towards the easternmost range. The Nile, of course, flows from the south to the north. That's why, by the way, the upper Nile refers to the lower area on our conventional maps. And as it approaches the Mediterranean, it plans out to the lowlands. Photograph, but it's not conducive to any kind of sustained quarrying or even building. Century about this phenomenon. The main, so this is not material that can last a long time. Finally, pyrite or documents did not label any of their slaves specifically as Hebrews. They tended to refer to them as one big group as Semites, which included a lot of different people from the region. But that's not surprising either. It's hard to imagine in 19th century America. The Americans also didn't label their African slaves by the many different tribal designations that they had. So we have lots of evidence that corroborates the story which in fact we know there are many different stations along the coastline there for travel and protection of travelers and so on. So I don't understand exactly why some scholars suggest they went north, but the south I have which is so revered by Christians and Muslims that Jebel Musa, or the Mount Moses in Arabic, or Sinai. In English, this is a fact. Mount Sinai, there are at least two other very viable contenders. One of them was created a map based on the kitchen's best guess, which is much better than my own. Then they moved up towards the north to a place called years. Looped around up to the Jordan and then crossed into Israel proper at Jericho, just north of the Dead Sea. That would be the most reasonable route to describe the Israel a place, but that seems unlikely given the large context seems to be referring to the people. The term does that mean literally rain in the sense of like burning down the fields in a particular region? More likely within the context it seems it's referring are described in history, how they're described as being just totally defeated. And, Jewish children, thank God, are land of Israel referred to as the people of Israel dating from the year 1209. So if we back from that, let's say that as per Dr. Kitchen's analysis, if he has destroyed the Jewish people in the year 1209, I should mention in passing, by the way, that this is just another example of, the this wall was definitely destroyed far earlier than the 13th century. Now, that doesn't about counting of a lot of approaches to this. The minimalist historians would see therefore and much earlier than Jericho, and that would argue that the Bible's description of Joshua's attack on Jericho is really borrowing the argument. A lot of archaeologists have scratched their heads at this and look at what other kinds of evidence indicates this into the region, and there's a lot of different styles with them. But again, as you can imagine, it's hard to argue the architectural style, specifically something called the fourth house, which seems to be very evident. However, guys have discovered some fitting methods that suggest clearly a very strong connection with the Jewish people living in this region. To understand what was the nature of that, judges that deal with this period, it's very the Jewish battles described are sort of like sword teams where the land of Israel is portion the 12 tribes, and it will not correspond to the regions that were third judges. In fact, when we try to map out the regions reduced, but it's more historically valid in the sense of you can see that it's kind of a block. And the Jews are largely denied to the very important coastal region, largely because the Philistines were recently arrived sea peoples and so on. continue our discussion of the settlement of the Jews in the land of Israel. Political development Saul was famously much taller than anyone around him. My grandmother, Alana Shaw, used to say, Saul was taller than everyone around him. And my grandmother, who comes from a family of fairly small people, she used to say that that's exactly how your height should be measured, from your shoulders up, which was always at any rate, he does not reign very long. In fact, he will be overshadowed by his successor, King David. And the relationship between King Saul and King David is packed with drama and interpersonal intrigue and psychology, and just absolutely fascinating. Again, you got to read it under his leadership. It did not happen, but finally, when they met an external foe at one point, Saul, in a very dramatic move, challenged all the other tribes to come aid the people of one particular town. We can speak of the United Monarchy in the sense of its union of all the tribes. Later, we'll speak about the divided monarchy, which represents several of the tribes to the north split away from the United Monarchy, which will this time be under Solomon. But nevertheless, his main rival was his own successor, and in fact, his son-in-law, David. David is certainly the largest figure to walk across the pages of the Bible since Joseph spoke about in a couple of figure in the Jewish imagination, here in Jewish history, and at the same time the greatest poet of the Philistines. David is much less the unformed blob of multiple tribes that we saw in the period of the Judges, east bank of the Jordan, into what would be today contemporary Jordan. And some sphere of influence that reached down quite a bit further south. essentially the biblical narrative. And the reason for this is because we have very little archaeological record to support any of the detail that we have here. It's a fairly compact period. I mean, we're looking at the things that we looked at earlier. Now we're looking at the decade. And we just don't have the kind of external validation. Think about the expanse and power of its kingdom, at least viewed through the perspective of the biblical with this region until the year 853 era. And so there's no Assyrians either, and that's really why David's monarchy basically slipped through the cracks. But there are these couple of fascinating finds, and a few others as well. There is the Tel Dan stele, which was discovered in 1993, and it dates from the 9th century. This block of text, which is of Assyrian origin, essentially it is a biblical text, specifically identified, as you can see in the chunk in there, faith David. Now, block refers to the house of David in the past. In the sense that these are descendants of the house of David, which again is confirmed in the validation of the existence of something called the House of David from a non-Jew. We actually looked at a modern version of this a couple of lectures ago. This is from the King Shishak, or Shoshank, who invaded Israel and one of the phrases that is referenced here is Highlands of David. Right? Remember, these are the topographic names all the time. And always rely on his testimony, but nevertheless, like what we saw earlier, the field of Abraham. So there are a couple of these David that had a place named after him, and that had a house, a progeny named after him that was sufficiently famous to be recorded in stone. And that's basically all we have from external validation. There is, however, one other really fascinating archaeological find regarding the House of David, but I'm going to leave that for the next lecture. The last thing that we should talk about in this context is the king of the United Monarchy, and that is the King Solomon, shown here in a Renaissance painting meeting with the Queen of Sheba. It's interesting because sometimes the Queen of Sheba is Asian, sometimes she is clear. This particular representation has a certain lack of quality, so I like to include it there. Solomon's primarily achievements with linkages, figures in the area. It had some really centralized the worship in Jerusalem with the construction of the temple as the Temple of Solomon. Is on the site, which would mount still remain as a mosque on top of the Dome of the Rock. We'll get to that, God willing, probably next semester. But for the time being, the centralization of worship essential sanctuary in Jerusalem. Now, let us issue small corrective here. Again, like we saw with David and certainly with Saul, we don't have much external validation of the biblical text. Talking years of Christian impact on Western civilization in particular, and we tend to Solomonic Empire as being massive. Just like in our very house, the geography of the land of Israel is tiny, but it is, large in the Western. Let us resume our discussion of the history of Israel by looking at the period of the kingdom. And I'd like to begin with another Gedunk experiment, another thought experiment from Joe. Joe goes like this. This time of year, I'm recording late in October. It's still dark early in the morning. So the joke goes that Ruben comes out of his house one day and he sees down the street is his neighbor Shimon. Source discussed in Torah, Genesis, and Exodus, and so on. And they're really hard to find. But that's because the light over there is very. However, when we move down the street a little bit, and with night, suddenly we see there's so much more archaeological evidence that we're tempted to say that maybe we'll find information from the bakery that fell out of your pocket when you're walking into your house and the rain washed it down to the gutter. You might happen to buy your car. You won't find your keys directly there, but they have covered literally. This stuff that we can find out under the bright lights. Now, Doctor points out very clearly that this is such a strong compared to what we talked about earlier. There are 14 kings of Israel, the northern kingdom, and none consolidates his control over the land of Israel, building on the conquests of his. He also centralized ritual worship massive, glorious temple in Jerusalem, scattered drumlins. But once Solomon passes away and it goes to his son Rehoboam, there is a tremendous amount of resentment that's built up over the heavy tax burden. Rehoboam is really of two minds. He, on the one hand, wants to react to the popular pressure, but at the same time, he wants to maintain the fairly lavish lifestyle that he is accustomed to. And prodded wrongly, as the text mentions, younger, inexperienced members rather than the steady guiding hand of his older ministers that served under his father. Rehoboam, in a very dismissive manner, insists on pushing ahead with his heavy tax burden that the northern kingdom is supposed to accept. There is a very fascinating and powerful passage. And by the way, I want to read it. It's so important that you actually read documents themselves because they are fantastic. And if you have a sense that it's going to be dry or boring, just want to refer you to one specific passage with Rehoboam. It's in this wall painting in Basel of the great Hans Holbein. You see that Rehoboam here is portrayed with holding out his little finger. And this is in reference to one highly dismissive and disrespectful remark that Rehoboam makes regarding his father, in which he says that Rehoboam says that his own the great King Solomon, and of course this act of hubris and both gets him down the rabbit civil war. But I just want this one out because one of those passages that shows you that the biblical text is really, it's quite racy, and it has splits away from what becomes the kingdom of Judah in the south. Yeravam ben Nabat, by the way, is of being one people, albeit separated politically, and although they will fight a civil war and they will have ongoing conflict for the next century and a civil war that erupts when you rub them in Nabat breaks away with the northern tribes is taken by Egypt and King Shishak enters the region, and he makes essentially this parade up Israel firmly within his larger sphere of influence. Although Israel maintains its identity, Israel and Judah, that is, it maintained their identity as independent principalities. You know, these topographical lists of the various places he pushes Armageddon. It's actually a place in Israel, Megiddo. Archaeological finds in the 9th century, however, that this amazing find, the Nesha Stele, also known as the Moab, and the Moab, and in fact, this is confirmed in the Book of Kings. A lot of discussion of their military engagements they had, which the Jews frequently lost. And here you have this interesting passage that's taken directly from the Moabite stone, in which Mesha, the author of the text, the Omeride dynasty was actually one of the most important in the military activity throughout the region, and he talks to the invading stone, so much more documented of the kingdom's dynasties. Now, during this period, when there Bible, including a personal favorite of there is reunited with her son, was reading. Our task here is to approach the prophets' historical sources, and I want to comment on specific aspects of prophetic works as being especially valuable. Let us that the text that's called by the Jews the Tanakh, the Hebrews, is made up of 3 distinct sections, which are very distinct hermeneutic rules apply to them as well. Where it's also used in a much larger sense, meaning any kind of religious teaching, the general values of Judaism. We'll talk about that more when we get to the rabbinic Jewish theology. They are considered to be dictated by God to Moses. Some interesting discussion about what about the passages in which Moses describes his own death. Now, or the prophets and the writings are the first 5 books. They are clearly written by human than other documents, such as, for example, Isaiah or Jeremiah, which have tremendous amounts of historical information, but seem to be much more focused on delivering the prophetic message of at least with the time period that we have. It seems reasonable that it was written in the 6th century. The book of Kings referred to earlier texts, such as the Annals, that spent a lot more time, explaining and at the same time understand the overwhelming religious goal of the more historically oriented prophets. In many cases, they offer us tempting, tantalizing historical data, and it's often confirmed by the archaeology is the horrendous queen Jezebel, or Isabel in Hebrew. Archaeological record has found this very of the same kind of symbols whose name was Isabel. Now it's belonging to Queen Jezebel herself. It is very large and very expensive compared to similar types of these. We have no real specifically one Queen Isabel. Some other Isabel. Nevertheless, fascinating material that generally the Babylonian Empire that overlaps. And Israel, being of the northern part of the dual monarchy, Israel feels the threat of Assyria more powerfully. The Assyrian Empire expands in the 9th century and begins to impact the northern part of the land of Israel. Shown here, showing obeisance to King
essentially it appears that when primitive tax collection record system with particular conditions, that doesn't get something that's how it must have been, insight into the economic solution. But we also have much data from the surrounding region, particularly the rich, for example, which would be in contemporary Syria. Where agriculture the trial supposedly were shown in a yellow robe, and there's kind of several of them. He is shown as a shepherd. Being shipped from animal husbandry to agriculture, and that makes it ancient history. And the way that the Jews were settled at the time, and I'm now sort of generalizing, by the way, but
sweatshirts, textiles are very big problems. One that is with so, of course, this is not a racial category because there are all types of races that the person comes to the word avar, which means to cross over, are close in Mesopotamia, where it comes to describe the progenitus from the city known as Ur. So the term Ivri is used to refer to a person, but it's also used as an adjective. Ivri. One who struggles with constant identity. Talk about that later. But anyway, Jacob and Israel are the same person. The Bible will use the term Israel refers to the men, Jacob refers to the women, and things like that. Through much of the early parts of the Bible, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, also known as Israel. But it's also the term that is used to refer to Jews once they settled in the land of Israel after the Exodus after leaving Egypt. And in fact, we even have evidence from non-Jewish sources such I was offered a contract from current publishers in Jerusalem, a great publishing house, to produce a I have created titled "The Jewish People," that have really turned this into something different. That I typically like making these lectures and things like that. I really depend on students most of all. But with the coronavirus and our enforced separation meant that I did actually students that I typically did in a live classroom, and I had to rethink a lot of that. But what has resulted in thinking a lot about outsourcing my scholarship by sharing my research in a very different way, and has proved to be extremely beneficial. Let me explain what's involved. There are several pieces that are all moving together in this Jewish history, and they are research in progress. I'm going into a lot of areas that I had not really delved into in previous years of research. So, you know, they're a little experimental, a little bit, but nevertheless, this seems to work. The second part is I was still giving live classes, both in person, especially once the vaccine came out, a little bit safer in gathering, and also on Zoom. And these just still in stuff, and all of these things will go together with this 3-volume history, and I'm really excited about it. So, why would you want to get involved? I don't know, but if this excites you, there are several ways that you could be involved in this creative process. The first is, of course, you can just enjoy these videos. I have a strong belief that should be as widely available and free to everyone. So that's why I put these videos out there, so that more people can enjoy them and learn from them. Discuss this way to do this is to find my channel on YouTube. You just put in my name in the box, and then you click on the subscribe button, which is marked on the right by that. Once you are watching the videos, of course, it makes me feel like, wow, of course, share the videos so that more people can subscribe and become like a big snowball effect. And I like snowballs too because I'm from Canada. One of the things I realized early on is that there are so many people who enjoy videos, thank God, that I keep up with the comments. In fact, if I were to devote the amount of time required to responding to all the comments, I would be able to be working on more research and more videos and the book itself. So I've created a few sort of ways in which people can choose to self-select to be more involved and help with of involvement membership. You click on that join button available levels of membership. Members get extra perks. Actually make, and they also get enjoyances that incorporate the YouTube videos and some, quizzes and self-testing things, elements like that. And you do the period of mission in the second and third century, so it's kind of like a big history course. I have a special place who should get lots of this access without any hassles. So please write to me if you're an educator and you want this. I will gladly send you a coupon code. So that's basically. To discuss the nature of the family. We're just going to be able to touch on it briefly within the school. And that's a massive chunk of time, but we're speaking about really over 1,000 years. So, we're generalizing very heavily within the space for a few minutes. Secondly, we should understand that it's very challenging to something that all of us are wrapped up in extremely complex and deep-seated basic to our identity. And so it's very difficult to separate our own experience is or ought to be what we read in the textual. For example, if you look at this, Norman Rockwell's famous painting, Freedom, was featured in magazines and other family members around. They were all smiling as they enjoy this large turkey, right? That's the title is Freedom from Life. But this is clearly an idealized in later class that doesn't read till later. The halakha, Jewish law, still later than that. And then there's individual. So
actual later is we're reading all of these things backwards in time and it's century. Perhaps one of the most striking aspects of the family in the